Hello, hello. I was editing my little chat bubbles because I didn't really like the color and I wanted it to look like orange, like, you know, my little thing. But I don't think it looks good. Actually, I don't know. Does this look okay? I mean, it's not bad, but yeah, I'll mess with it later. Yeah. Oh my god. I think I can actually edit it right here, right now. Wait. Oh my god, how do I? Oh, please be muted. Please be muted. Okay, thank God. It's fine. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll just look at it later. Okay. Yeah, everything's in order. Alright. Time to continue. Please don't jump at me again. Oh, thank God. Where are we at? Oh my god, what game did you... Oh, did you actually buy, like, Misao? Having our boss sign the agreement is the easiest, and has put him in a better mood to the entire office's relief. Ma'am Hannah calls me over the moment she notices my presence at the lounge door. She welcomes me with a bright smile, her movements more open than what one would typically expect from a passing client to have. I want to see what I did and how it affects it, but I don't want to get spoiled. It's okay, you'll get a PC one day. And I'm sure it'll definitely go on sale again. Wait, that's true. Is she resting in like her other... No, that's still kind of weird. It's just like bent.
Oh, Isabel! How are you feeling? You looked awfully dreadful yesterday.
Oh, thanks.
Isabella, I'm fine now, ma'am. I appreciate your concern.
I really don't understand why they can't get my name right. It's a fairly common name. It shouldn't be too hard to remember. Regardless, I hand them their copy of the agreement.
Wonderful. Your team works unbelievably fast.
Ma'am Hannah skims through each of them with a scrutinizing eye, checking every page for any inconsistencies and error. Despite the unassuming impression she gives off, she appears fully aware of what to look for and the process contracts like these undergoes. It is surprising, to be quite honest. I've been pegged her for someone who's well versed in these things, yet here she is. Oh, she's a bit of a girl boss. She shows some of it to her husband, and he responds with the same passive interest as if he's more than happy to leave everything to her. Oh my god, is he like trophy husband? Is that what this is? I can't tell if it is purely because he believes she's capable enough, doesn't care about what they're buying, or he simply finds paperwork tedious. Apparently satisfied with what she's seen, Ma'am Hannah claps her hands together before extending it to us for a shake. Rose and I release the breath we've been holding, both of us more than happy to return the gesture.
That settles it then?
Are you really sure about this property, ma'am?
Isabella, the quicker you sell this off, the quicker you can move on with your
We
life.
could easily find you a bigger one among our current listings. Something with a modern touch?
Something not haunted, perhaps? Rose shoots me a warning glance that clearly says, don't make a scene, we're almost there.
Of course. Why wouldn't I be? The house is absolutely perfect, isn't it, darling?
First real estate agent, she really is.
A helipad would still be a nice addition.
What? I mean, there's a lot of acres of land, right, around it. You could you could do that.
Yes, well, we'll get there eventually, love.
Exactly.
As I was saying, if your partner had the documents yesterday, we would have bought it right there immediately. Shame she didn't have it.
Well, there's still a few necessary documents we need you to sign after, but we'll let you know once we have those finalized. We'll be handling the process for the rest, so don't worry about it, ma'am.
Within a week, I hope. We still have a housewarming party to plan after all. You know how much thought should be put into those things.
There are servants for that, darling.
Love, wouldn't it be better if we handled it ourselves? A personal touch of sorts.
See, I want to know what I've done to affect this thing popping up.
It is our housewarming party and our new home.
No more than a week, ma'am. Barring unexpected delay, of course. You can leave it to us.
Excellent. Well then, I'll leave you two to it. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Oh, and before we forget...
She discreetly folds something into both her hands and winks. A finger raised to her lips, demanding our silence.
I know both of you worked hard on getting us this beautiful mansion.
You know, Madam Hannah, if Draco doesn't work out for you, I know who you can call.
Did I mention we reward our people
You know,
generously?
Isabella's a really great girl. Very empathetic. Someone that would be a really good fit for you, you know?
But this is... Ma'am, I can't accept this.
Shut the fuck up, Isabella!
Don't you worry, darling. It's a small thing coming from us.
Yeah, don't question what the rich do with their money, especially if it's benefiting you, Isabella.
Consider this your bonus for a job well done.
Story updated means you were automatically put on a particular story branch because of either relationship status or a choice made earlier in the game. I'm so tempted, but I don't want to get spoiled. Would it be relationship status? No. She smiles sweetly like this is simply the most normal thing to do in the world.
Oh, before I forget, my lovely interior designer would appreciate it if you hand her a copy of the floor plans as soon as possible. She's dying to work on the house.
Oh my god, is she actually dead?
You can do that, yes? Here's her contact.
Is a relationship with a specific level. Oh. Oh.
Certainly, ma'am. We'll have it processed as soon as possible.
Branching tree which can be helpful when trying to 100% a chapter doesn't say the correct. Oh.
I knew I could count on you, lovelies. I hope to see you two soon so we can get this closed.
Just like that, transaction over and done with. My mind's still reeling even after they've left. Other agents would kill to have clients like them. A part of me feels lucky about the fact. No lengthy negotiations, no sudden change of minds, just talk, signatures, a few handshakes here and there, and we're done. Did she take them? I hope so. A second ago, we sold a haunted property to 2 innocent clients. Sure, the commission's big enough to continue funding Papa's treatment and hospitalization, big enough to pay for all 4 of my younger siblings' schooling. Heck, it'll keep me away from instant noodle diet for months. I don't even have to go back to the mansion as well once the deal has been closed, much to my sanity's relief. But knowing that something's in there, and we gave it to the good couple despite that, okay, I don't know if you can call them a good couple. They don't seem like the greatest people. Oh, Isabella, the things you do to sell a house and get money, Papa won't be happy with that. At least I have good news to tell next time I call home. They'll deal with it. Yeah. They've got enough money. They can probably hire like 24/7 exorcist. I don't know. Have a priest just live in there. The little lie I told Mama this morning isn't a lie anymore.
Well, there's something.
Vacation home. Oh, true.
So how does it feel?
How does what feel?
Your first big multi-million-pound sale, silly. I know you've been with us for years, but this has got to be memorable for you.
Memorable is an understatement, Rose.
Come on, show some enthusiasm. They gave us a bonus, too. Aside from the commission and the other bonus boss promised, what are you gonna do with it?
I don't know. Send it home, probably?
All of it?
Hello, she's got like fucking a village to feed.
Not everything, of course. Most of it. I'll leave some for my living expenses.
How much money did she get? Yeah, I want to know.
Listen here,
Not that
Isabella.
I
I'll
can't.
teach you something I should
I
have
don't know the
told you
conversion,
before
but I'm
we
sure
ended
it's a
your
lot.
training.
She slings an arm over my shoulders and leans in closer to my ear, as though she's about to share a big secret.
It's okay to celebrate from time to time.
That's true. If you never do anything for yourself, you're gonna like lose steam so quickly.
I don't get it.
It's simple. Go out, do something for yourself. Throw a party and treat your friends to free food. Didn't you say the last one's some sort of tradition back at home for you?
Treating your friends? Rose, have you never treated your friends out for dinner before?
Hello, this is practically a done deal.
Man,
Isn't throwing a party
this game
a bit
is really giving
excessive?
me a certain perception about British people.
Your call. I won't say no to an invitation, by the way, in case you really are planning to throw one. A few drinks would be nice too, thank you very much.
I don't think my apartment's big enough for that.
You could always move? Bloody hell, you're working in real estate.
She's like, here's all these things you could do, but I think you should do this one because I want you to do this one. Like, thanks, Rose.
I think I'll pass. That's too much of an unnecessary expense for me. But I did promise Becca free lunch in case the sale goes well.
But what about Rose?
You go do that.
Oh,
Hold on a sec.
it's a ghost. The ghost is calling. She quickly removes herself from me to answer the phone on her desk. Her tone shifts from playful to professional in the span of a few seconds.
Today? Not a problem, ma'am. I could bring you a copy of the contract if...
Must be another client. Nothing surprising there. She's one of BRC's top agents no matter how modest she appears. A saleswoman through and through. I, on the other hand, have very little knack for it. Of course I learned eventually. I had to. But someone else will, without a doubt, do a better job. Once, though, in a drunken stupor, Rose told me a story of what could have been. Years ago, wide-eyed, young and brimming with yet-to-be-fulfilled dreams and ambitions, she was a term or two away from a nursing degree. Out of courtesy, I never pressed on the matter further. But perhaps it's where the sense of fondness started. A small connection due to one similar experience in our respective lives, of goals we both let pass us by because of the circumstances we're in. Wait, does Rose have a thing? Rose doesn't. Is Rose gonna die?
I'd be happy to discuss this over tea, ma'am. All right, I'll be there. Thank you.
New client?
Reassigned. Have you heard from Mark at all?
He's
Not
dead.
since the first visit to the mansion.
He's dead.
Why? No news from the HR yet?
None at all. Boss thinks he ran away. I doubt it, though. He's too much of a wimp for that. There must be another reason.
They really aren't
Who
putting
knows?
two and two together. Goes to a haunted mansion. Disappears. You start seeing shit. You're not. What's not clicking? Hello? Oh, oops.
Anyway, I've got to meet this one. I'll see you later.
She throws a wave over her shoulder as she rushes out of the office. The lunchtime bell sounds shortly after, followed by the chatter of fellow agents also heading out for a much-needed break. Ordinarily, there's no need for me to go out, but oversleeping didn't allow me the luxury of packing my own lunch today. If one considers taking an instant noodle cup from my pantry, packing your lunch. Time to make good on the promise I made to Becca, I suppose? Maybe invite Zach and Ash too? In the end, only Becca and Zach could come. Ash, on the other hand, couldn't be reached. All my calls went straight to his voicemail. He's at it again, right here today, gone the next day. Oh well, his loss. We have agreed to meet at a nearby cafe, the same one I frequent with Becca because it's cheap and they give away free bread around closing time. That was cute. What the dog doing? I almost said cat. Is that a cat or is that a mouse? I can't tell. Quaint, a little old-fashioned, though looks a wee bit out of place amidst the city's tall buildings, but we love it all the same. What do you mean this isn't a dog? Whoa, these are some big-ass keys. Much like its facade, the interior carries an antiquated charm to it. It's a little, like a little Snorlax cupcake. Oh my god. Wait, should it be swinging like that? I've never seen a sign like that. No, I'm kind of concerned. Is that... what are these prices? Small is $2.50? $1.25 for a cafe latte? Bring me there. Give me the address. Oh, that's right. A lawsuit about to happen. Oh my god, he's about to get that workers' comp. What is 125 in euro? Euros to USD. Whatever. It's fine. Gay. Why did they just have a... What? This is empty. Is that a leaf? Vintage art pieces and a row of shelves boasting an extensive collection of books cover the walls. It would have been nice to hang out here for hours on end, but even on a weekend, the place is still packed with people. Thankfully, Becca and Zach have already found seats and are engaged in some casual chatter when I arrive. It's strange seeing the two of them without Ash accompanying the other. They've never been particularly close. Sure, they talk when they meet, laugh at the same things when there's something funny, but there's a distance. The kind born purely out of differing interests. 1.25 euros is 1.39 USD. Damn. I need some. That's so... That or Zach's simply afraid of Becca. It's not impossible, and I won't blame him if he is. He might be the tallest in our group, but everyone knows that it means nothing against Becca's temper. Even I am a little scared of her.
Zach! Becca!
Well, you seem to be in a better mood today. What happened?
You are too, Becca. What the fuck?
I know that smile, Belle. Come on, still.
Don't rush me. Let's order food first, okay?
A waitress comes by to take our order. On a normal day, me and Becca will order a hearty serving of their special vegetarian stovies. What the fuck is a stovie? Zach takes anything with a good helping of meat, sausages, or potatoes in it. But today's a good day. Great even. It's not wrong to indulge a little, right?
Today's special. For the three of us.
Even the person jotting down our order looks surprised at today's meal choice. She writes it, nevertheless, and leaves without a comment. Becca furrows her eyebrows, her mouth halfway open, ready to let loose what's likely a string of reprimands.
Don't worry. It's my treat.
The glare she sends my way reminds me of the one I received from Mama when I punched a kid bullying my younger brother 18 years ago. Okay, pop off, Isabella. Naturally, I never did it again after she made me apologize the next day. But Becca's far from being my mom. A small sheepish grin is enough to turn that frown into a defeated sigh. Food arrives in the middle of a funny story from Zach, putting the rest of the conversation on hold as we are each served our order. It isn't anything fancy. Pan-roasted sea bass with citrus-dressed asparagus and a portion of mashed potatoes on the side. Or at least that's what the daily special board says. I never did pay any attention to it whenever I come here, since they price whatever's written way above what I'm willing to spend on food on a single day.
Oh, good. I'm so hungry, I think I'm dying.
You will be, don't worry.
You're always hungry.
Hey, not all the time.
Let me guess. You skipped breakfast again.
Ooh. Ooh.
Not on purpose. I may have overslept by a few seconds today.
Right then. Stop stalling, Isabella. What's this about?
Let us say, Rebecca. She wouldn't be inviting us out if it wasn't worth hearing out.
Well, we're waiting.
You guys can't tell? After she keeps talking about the fucking mansion she has to sell?
I'm treating you guys to a once-in-a-century century thing.
An expectant grin breaks out on my face, except
I'm sorry, say that again.
And this is important because...
Becca only raises an eyebrow at me, while Zach appears like he didn't get the punchline to another lame joke Ash made, and is desperately searching for someone to explain it. Oh, bummer. Maybe I should rephrase it. Let's see that. Ash is not here, so we should celebrate. What the fuck? What the fuck? My instant noodle days are over.
Okay, let me do that again.
Let's see. Yay!
Guess what, guys? I'm paying! I sold the house!
Let's go. As the news sinks in, their expression goes from sheer bewilderment to utter surprise. That's more like it.
You heard me right, ladies and gentlemen. As of today, I, Maria Isabella Grace Cruz Santos, am free from my instant noodle binge.
Seriously?
Oh, how bad was it that they're actually the surprise?
Hold it, Belle. You sold the house?
Yep.
Which house is this? In Anslem Village? The one with the open house yesterday?
The one and only. Come on, Becca. I know you've got a better memory than that.
Oh. Oh, wow. That's...
She lets out a hum. Although she's nodding, she gives the impression of someone who has heard something unbelievable and is still forcing her brain to absorb it. Is it, what's so shocking? Because it's haunted? Does she think we wouldn't be able to sell it? Have some faith in me, Becca. Am I not your best friend or what?
You don't believe me?
The words tumble out of my mouth before I could stop them. I've been trying to avoid bringing up yesterday's little spat, and judging from the looks on their faces, it seems they are too. Me and my stupid mouth.
I'm sure it ain't the way you're thinking, Bella.
No, I do believe you. But don't you think the sale happened a bit too fast? The open house only started yesterday, and now you already have a buyer?
We do not question the rich when the rich's decisions benefit us, Becca.
It happens from time to time.
Yeah, but look, I'm happy for you. Just yesterday, you've been really worried where to get money for your dad's new treatment. And now, all of a sudden, you have something. What if the sale doesn't push through, or I don't know, they're a fraud, or they suddenly back out? Isn't it a little too early to celebrate?
Rebecca does have a point, Bella. If you haven't closed the deal yet, there's still a chance they'll go back on it.
They don't seem like it to me. The lady appeared to really want it, and she approached me without even finishing the tour.
That is kind of sus. But she gave you a bonus. She gave you that little envelope full of cash. Like, you can at least afford this. It's fine. Pressured me into it more like. So pessimistic. They really are. Maybe they're just, I don't know, really overprotective of Becca. I don't know. It's weird. But I'm not going to tell Becca about that. Wait. Did I just say Becca? Isabella. It's because I read this. Knowing her, she'd only worry.
And she already hired someone to handle the house's interior design.
You're joking. Who would do that?
The Wrights, apparently. It's actually pretty funny. She's a bit too excited to get the property, she forgot to buy it. At any rate, they've already signed the agreement today, so it's just a matter of time. And don't tell anyone about this, but Ma'am Hannah also gave us something extra.
Oh my god, they actually call her Ma'am Hannah.
Something as in...
As in, it's why I can treat you two to a free meal.
I'm more surprised you accepted it.
Well, what can you do? She walked away from us.
She didn't really give us a choice in the matter. So don't lose sleep over this, okay? The couple really want the house. If Rose didn't stop them, they'd likely have paid up front for it yesterday. That's despite the legends, too. I even tried to show them the letter. But nope. I want this house, darling. Go take all our money.
Let's not make fun of the British in front of a British woman. You didn't even try to show them the letter. They found it. They took it straight from your hands.
You don't really think they believe that, do you? I'm pretty sure for them, those are just rumors as well. No one is that superstitious in this day and age, Belle. Well, there's you.
Right. You know what? I'll just eat all of these by myself.
I begin to gather their plates to my side, the food in each still untouched. A laugh almost escapes my mouth with the way Zach's expression quickly changes to disappointment. Becca's hand interrupts me just as I'm about to pull her plate closer to me.
I'm kidding. Don't go all pouty on me again. I'm just concerned you'll get hurt if this doesn't happen. I know how badly you want to close this deal for your papa.
Aww.
I'm sure he's gonna be fine now, though.
I still
with the
can't.
money. They don't know yet. I think I'll call them tomorrow. Let them know things will be easier.
I can't believe literally yesterday Becca was super like don't talk to me. And now she's like, oh, don't be so pouty today.
Mama said this morning he's showing progress with the new treatment too. It's just a matter of time.
Oh, come on. I allow myself to smile, genuine and uninhibited. Becca is sus. It's strange. I had to look into her eyes to try to see if she had those Among Us eyes. It's strange talking about this with other people, even those who have known you long enough. I keep wanting to see Among Us and everything. But today, things simply feel a whole lot lighter with them here. Lunch passes in an enjoyable fashion. A laugh here, a playful jab there, but most of it is spent on catching up and telling stories about whatever's keeping us busy these days. Something we couldn't afford to do the day before, taking into account what happened. Even Becca's surprisingly chatty. Is there something in the sea bass we ate? It's because Ashton's not there and like we all just fucking hate him. I get it. Don't worry, I get it. Zach though appears less energetic. While he's far from being the life of the party, he's definitely not the type to keep quiet in a conversation with his friends. Apart from a few inputs, he's been silent the entire time. Okay, what's going on? Is it because they read the letter and Zach's seeing shit? Is Zach seeing shit too? If Becca notices...
Are you sure you're not feeling under the weather, Zachary?
Zachary?
Huh? No, I'm okay. No worries, Rebecca.
Doesn't sound okay to me.
It's okay. I might be feeling a little bummed out today, but I'm sure this will pass.
What?
Is it about the reviews this morning?
A pain expression crosses Zach's face, and almost immediately, Becca retreats on her inquiry as though the man's look is enough of an answer for her. I look between the two of them. Did I miss something? What happened this morning? Did I stumble on a big secret? This is why I don't like waking up late.
You heard about those, huh?
Sorry, I just happened to check on some sites this morning.
Oh.
Nah, it's a very sensitive topic in the first place. I should have expected it.
What reviews?
Becca glances at Zach, her motions unsure, eyes asking for his consent on the matter. Although there's a small desire to keep asking on my part, I don't dare voice it out. With Zach, it has always been better to wait, let him speak on his own. Becca too, to some extent, although with her, explosions of temper are more common. In the end, he simply answers with a shift of his shoulders, gesturing for her to go on with the tilt of his head.
It's his movie.
That doesn't explain anything. Stop dangling the information, Becca.
Okay, Isabel, calm down. They'll tell you.
Zachary, I'm not the one supposed to be telling her about this. It's still your documentary.
Is it something bad?
Not bad per se. You guys don't need to dwell on it much.
Bad? Listen here. I wouldn't trivialize what those bowheads wrote if I were you. They're ruining other people's jobs.
Oh my gosh, she's passionate. Also, what is this? What? From how her tone rises in anger, it seems like she's the one slighted and not Zach. A snicker escapes me, which I promptly stamp down on as soon as she sends me a hard look.
This isn't a laughing matter, Isabella. Some bowbag just insulted him.
She's so British.
Calm down, Rebecca. Those are just reviews, and it happens a lot.
I do not ken about you two, but calling the entire film an out-and-out dribble, you're better off watching an educational kids' TV show, and worst 1.5 hour of my life, among other things, isn't exactly a critique any decent movie reviewer would say.
Oh my god, I thought she was already at 100 for the British, and now she just she broke the scale. Oh my god.
If you could call that a critique, did we even watch the same film?
Maybe Becca, it's time for your movie review era. Where's your YouTube
Maybe
channel?
I ain't
Come on, let's
cut out
start it.
for Better stick with my photography or something.
No, Zach, no. The fact that you even got your movie up there in the first place is already good. Just keep pushing through it, my
If
man.
nothing else, this helped me open my eyes to what I can and can't do.
No. 3 strikes. That was the first one. You still got 2 more.
You're
Come
giving
on.
up.
Zach is the best character. He's the most level-headed, most like kind, most empathetic. It wasn't a question.
It was just something experimental I did on my free time anyway. It's no big deal.
But you worked on it for months.
Doesn't look like it matters for those people.
Don't say that!
Okay, Isabella, calm down. both Isabella and Becca, I know they were saying that Becca's the one that gets a little temperamental, but I think Isabella, just a hair, just a touch too. My palm strikes the table. Standing on the table, we're on top, clinking against each other. I didn't even notice when I rose from my seat. Bro, you're in a cafe right now. Calm down. But here I am, chest heaving, looking down at him in the same manner a teacher would at any unruly student. Becca's probably proud. She's smiling. I didn't mean to yell, but there are some things people like Zach aren't supposed to say. How exasperating. He, of all people, should know.
It's just a review.
Except they're pretty well-known critics.
Why does that matter? They aren't the ones calling the shots on this. Isn't that why they have a committee?
True.
Right, Becca?
An amused gleam is in her eyes when I turned to her. What does she find so entertaining here? Help me here. Your friend's about to quit his passion for a petty reason. I haven't read what those people wrote about his work, but a few scathing words shouldn't be enough to discourage someone. I should know, after all, I'm...
Failing means you're playing, Zach. Not that I'm saying it's bad. I've seen it from start to finish, and I know for myself what you created isn't something people should scoff at. I don't know anything about filming or photography. Hell, I don't have an inkling of artistry in me except for those doodles I make for class. But I know what I watched.
I forgot Isabella's an art person.
Look at Isabella. It's not every day you see her all riled up like this.
Whatever I'm about to say gets lost on my tongue, in my tongue, as a flush of embarrassment blooms across my face.
It was a heat of the moment thing. And anyway, I'll be very angry with you if you quit.
Oh
What about the
no.
exhibit?
What exhibit?
Classified information.
Even if I bring you your favorite tonight?
Huh?
Nope, not a chance.
Oh, come on! I thought we aren't supposed to have secrets.
We see her this riled up every day. I've known this woman for a day and a half, and I can already tell this is true. A burst of laughter comes from Zach.
Thanks, you two. I might need some time alone to myself for a while. Just to think about things, how I'll go from here, that sort of stuff. Hey, I'm not quitting, Bella. Don't give me that face.
There's no face at all, only a poor imitation of puppy dog eyes, if you could call this one.
You promise?
I'll be damned if I break any promise I make to you guys. Besides, you're right. It's too early to say anything right now. What's night ain't for another week?
And that's all the answer I need from him. As sentimental as it sounds, there's fulfillment in knowing another person you know won't take the same path you walked. It's not like it's over for me though. I still have time. I could still come back. Do my own thing, do what I really want to do. Surely once Papa recovers, once I'm done with everything. Inside my bag, my phone buzzes unexpectedly, breaking the pleasant afternoon lull. The screen shows Rose.
Hey, Isabel. You at the office?
Ha ha. Very funny, Rose. I'm hanging up.
Where is the Asian guy? Oh my god. I don't know, being a detective or something.
Don't, I'm kidding. BRC says the floor plan copies are ready for Miss McCullough to pick up.
She states that as if it already explains everything. Then out of the blue, she launches a long rant about the awful state of Luxborn streets. All of which she says in a single breath that I can barely keep up and make out a single word. I stay quiet, if only to avoid becoming the next object of her frustration. She's similar to Becca in that regard.
I'm stuck in horrendous traffic right now. Bloody stupid drivers.
When she has finally run out of things to complain about and stops, what she says next still has none of what I'm hoping to hear from her. Just a quick mumble plea for me to meet the Wright's interior designer in her stead, and an
Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Bye. Thanks.
classic Rose. She ends the call without even asking for my input. A day after the open house, the Wrights were seen securing the mansion's purchase at Briar Realty's Luxbourne office. Parties involved in the transaction were surprised at how fast it went, but agreed it was to be expected when dealing with influential people like the Wrights. Happy over the sale, Isabella Santos treated her friends to lunch. The sky is cloudless and the noontime sun is beating down on the hard concrete when we leave the cafe. It's far from unbearable, but it's enough to put most people in a fickle mood or make them vulnerable to catching something. No wonder we have staff members going AWOL lately. That's why, Not to mention my boss's mercurial moods. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want our usual cloudy weather back. For all the gripes about the unpredictable weather, though, the streets of Luxbourne remain constantly busy. The hurried tapping of shoes against the pavement and inane chatter coming from the lunchtime crowd fill the humid afternoon air. A small reminder of the things we still have to do, regardless of how much I want to return to the comfort of my bed. Back to Briar Realty for me. Zach to a meeting with a magazine publisher feeding luxury houses. Featuring. And Becca to her lesson plans and books at home. But more than once I catch her sneaking a longing glance over something displayed on a shop window. Did she want to buy something? Maybe I can get it for her this Christmas. I turn my head at the last shop she checked out. A fleeting glimpse. The world stills. Oh my lord, hello. Damn, this is what Becca wants? Kind of weird. She looks at me, eyes hollow, gaze piercing and boring into my very soul, like a set of chains to keep my whole body still. There are no shadows or whispers this time. Only a plea. A hum, low and indistinct. Compelling me, beckoning me, intent on dragging me to the void beyond the glass. Oh my god, are we actually gonna have to exercise the house? She looks better than she did at the mansion. That is true. You know how people... Never mind. Never mind. I don't dare move. Okay, but what was Becca looking at? My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat, every thump, screaming at me to look away and make a run for it. But I can't. It's okay, Becca will save you. Becca will snap you out of it, don't worry. I couldn't. All of my limbs feel heavy, while my own breathing strains in the face of her calls.
Leave me alone.
Her mouth is stretched to a grin, wide and unpleasant. The panic building up in my chest forces me to take a tentative step back. I try not to stare at the decaying flesh, the blood streaming from the gaping wounds on her arm or her nailless fingers. Why does she turn to Becca and be like, you see this? That's true. What if Becca was seeing her? Because I feel if they all saw the letter. Because I think this is kind of like low-key like, was it the ring? I don't want this. Not like this. Not after I got what I want for Papa.
Oh no, stop. Leave me alone.
Ew. Her face contorts as she lets out a wail, sharp and utterly unforgiving. Oh my god. Don't do that. Rage. There's only hatred and bitterness. As if the very notion of turning away from her is an offense in itself. Maybe she really just does want help.
Please! I don't want this!
Oh my god, you're making a scene though. I'm surprised nobody's been like, hey girl, you okay? Are you okay? Before I know it, I'm stumbling backwards, my own throat hoarse from the screams I didn't even notice already coming out of my mouth. The back of my feet catches on a loose stone, sending me sprawling on the ground. The resulting pain completely jolts me out of the haze, blurring my mind. If I saw someone randomly screaming out a window, I'd look the other way and speedwalk. That's true. But she's got, Becca with her. I'm surprised Becca hasn't done anything. oh, both Becca and Zach, and they just watched you? They just watched you do this? For a little while, my surroundings appear unfamiliar until Becca's face swims into my vision. A look of concern is on her face, and her hands are gripping my shoulders tight, my arms tight. Even Zach appears beside himself with worry while he stands behind her, acting as a shield against the small crowd of onlookers already forming around us.
What happened?
Bella, you okay?
My mouth opens and closes, but nothing comes out. The words refuse to form. On impulse, I sneak a swift glance at the display window. She's gone. Yet the foreboding feeling hasn't left me. My hands are shaking as I push myself off the ground, my weakened limbs relying solely on reflex and muscle memory. Something icy has made its home at the pit of my stomach. I want to throw up anything to get the wretched sensation out.
You were screaming. Zach, call someone.
No, don't.
Oh,
I'm
accident.
good. I'm good.
I actually clicked too fast.
I need to get to the office. Rose, the floor plans. Someone's going to pick it up. I'll see you later.
Oh my god.
Careful. Don't stand up yet. Stay put, Isabella.
No wonder her friends were like so worried about her. It's because anytime anything happens to Isabella, she's just like, I'm fine actually. Oh, everything's fine. Bleeding? No. Like she could be fucking dying and Isabella would be like, I have obligations. You need to fucking sit your ass down, Isabella.
Zach, you watch over her for me. I'll call for someone.
I attempt a smile to put her at ease, but it like, oh my god, it likely comes off as a grimace. I'm afraid. What if I click this and it's just a drawing of the girl in the window? Oh, well, yeah. After a pleasant lunch with Zachary Steele and Rebecca Gales, Isabella Santos received an urgent phone call from Rose Cooper, asking her to meet with the Wright's interior designer. Left with no choice, she hurried back to BRC, but on her way, on one of the shops she passed by, a familiar smile greeted her. I don't know if she was smiling. Also, who's writing in this journal? Who's putting these guys' like full legal names in this journal? Gently, I push her hands off my shoulders. My knees are still trembling, but I can stand. Leave. Leave me. Stay away. Away. The humidity's stifling, everyone's stares are unnerving, and Becca and Zach's concerns are suffocating. I don't want to be here. No more. I break into a run. I'm gonna just save real quick. I wish I hadn't left my bed this morning. Here, with only the occasional drips of water on the sink and the whirring of the fan blades to keep me company, it's easy to fall into a cycle of negative thinking. I thought you were supposed to do a thing at the office, though. But even with the clutter to keep me company, the room still feels a whole lot bigger than usual. I hug my knees closer as a group passes by outside. Loud. So loud. If only there was a way to tune everything out, to keep my head from playing every image, every sound of her. Her screams, her awkward gait as she reaches for me, her bone-chilling smile, her pleas for enough. That's enough. A shiver passes over me, though it's not from the hair still hanging damp against my back, nor the draft that enters the room from the windows I've left wide open. My gaze shifts over the letter sitting on the coffee table, its edges fluttering innocuously as the wind touches it. Funny how an ordinary looking piece of paper can bring this much trouble. The impulse to throw it away or rip it to pieces is still there. I can easily do it, but after that, what? Will she leave me? What about those people who have already seen it? Will they be okay? This uncertainty gnaws at me. If I was Isabella, I'd ask to stay with a friend. That's true. She has Becca. Like, Becca would 100% let her stay, too. I'm so... Isabella needs to learn how to rely on people more. Knowing that she's real, I might also go after people I care about. I just wish someone would listen. Believe me. The abrupt break in the silence nearly makes me jump out of my skin. Blindly, I fish my phone from under the mess of papers and cushions, where I've carelessly thrown it before taking a shower hours ago. Zach's name flashes brightly on the screen. I keep trying to press accept, thinking that does anything. Is he calling because of this afternoon? Frankly, it's the last thing I want to discuss, but I did leave the two of them there without saying anything. Knowing Zach, I bet he's worried. I thought you had work to do too. Like, maybe it's better for you to be with people. Watch Zach say he saw shit. Oh my god.
Hey, Zach.
Every time she answers the phone, I'm scared it's gonna be the ghost.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you're not gonna pick up.
Sorry, it took me a while to find my phone.
No worries. You game tomorrow?
I pause. I don't recall making plans with Zach for the weekend.
Did I forget something?
Remember that guy I told you about? Back in the movies? The, priest? For the blessing? Does it ring a bell?
Oh, right. I did say that, but I didn't think he'd actually go through the trouble, especially after what happened with his film. Aww. Zach, best character. Sometimes I forget how kind Zach can be.
Yeah, I remember. Is he fine with it?
My friend doesn't mind. We're lucky he's not busy. So, tomorrow, he'll meet us at the mansion.
Imagine you chose the Professor Sasuke with Baki now. Oh, and that's the thing that popped up earlier. It was like, story updated. Because it's Zach that called. Oh. Fucking Sasuke.
Okay. Sorry for the trouble, Zach.
Hey, no problem. I'm the one who suggested it to begin with. And, well, this afternoon you did surprise us. Never seen you scream like that. You scared the hell out of Rebecca.
Oh no.
I guess I owe you a lot for this, huh?
Nah, we're cool. You had us worried. But I know you'll tell us about it eventually.
Okay, but the last time Isabella tried to tell you guys called her crazy and shit. I mean, you didn't actually, but you basically implied she was crazy.
I just want to make sure you're doing well. You left all of a sudden and you're not answering any of our calls.
She could tell Zach. Zach didn't say anything. That's true. And Zach is friends with a priest. So that must mean he, like, could at least be a little spiritual. He's trying to get me to talk. Normally, I tell him I'm fine, say simple reassurances to put their minds at ease. Now nothing will form. I can't bring myself to say anything. He seems to have sensed my hesitation because he immediately changes the subject.
Yeah, anyway, I gotta go. I left something on the stove before making this call.
Real convenient.
Just soup. But it'd be embarrassing if I burned soup.
Oh, good soup.
I doubt it. Ashton, on the other hand...
Oh my god, stop trying to drag this man. We don't even need to mention him, okay?
Well, remind me to tell you about what he did with the pressure cooker next time.
Okay.
Oh, damn, it overflowed!
He was actually...
Really need to get going. Bye, Bella.
Oh my god. Wait, he was actually telling the truth. He hangs up before I can thank him. The busy tone, though muffled, echoes through the receiver. No one is saying this will work. Even I am doubtful it will. But right now, I'll take anything. Anything to get out of this nightmare. Sleep comes easier tonight. Zachary still reminded Isabella Santos of the Armengarde Mansion's blessing tomorrow. They will be accompanied by Father Norman, a well-known priest in the Anglican and Christian communities. He is described to be a warm and approachable person, especially by the youths. And for the first time in a long time, I dream. Oh no, it's gonna be some horrible shit. Of clear skies, of unrestrained laughter from children playing in the streets, and of small cramped dwellings. What? To an outsider, the sight does not paint a pretty picture. However, this is home to me. Morning dawns bright and clear the following day. Although the air still feels muggy and I miss the chilly autumn winter, it's one of those rare weekends when I'm up even before my alarm rings. If it wasn't for Zach's call last night, I'd probably sleep in. When 9 AM rolls around, I'm already on my way to the Armengarde mansion. To think I'd have to go back again. I'd be lying if I say I'm excited. I don't have to anymore. Rose happily gave me paperwork duty when I volunteered. We're on the last phase of the sale too. Well, almost. Papers to sign, documents to finalize, various other legalities to settle with the current owner and all that still. Never mind that its new owners want everything done within a week when the process typically takes more than that. They want it done, we'll get it done. I really don't understand rich people. But money can do wonders. I won't be surprised if they'll be able to push the process just a little more like what they did to secure the house. The point is, I'm under no obligation to return to the house anymore. Running is an option, of course. I can now move on to another property and forget everything. However, at the end of the day, it's always my conscience that wins. What if something happens to those who have seen the letter? Ash, Zach, Becca, Miss McCullough, the Wrights? The guilt will follow me to my grave. The mansion looms as we approach. Whispers welcome me back, shadows calling. I hope this is the last time. It's gonna be the last time because you're gonna be fucking stuck there. They're engaged in a quiet conversation when I find them in the mansion's front gardens. But even with familiar company, it's impossible to feel at ease here. No matter who I'm with, the feeling of being watched is there, like the very place itself is aware of its trespassers. Zach, on the other hand, doesn't seem to notice. Does that mean could the ghost be like the last owner, the lady? Charlotte or whatever? Or he simply doesn't care. He's already used to it. Wait, did I miss a line? Zach, on the other hand, doesn't seem to notice, or he simply doesn't care. Or he's already used to it. I could never tell with him. Sometimes he's almost as hard to read as Ash. Almost. At least Zach doesn't ask for as much patience as dealing with Ash does, and that says plenty about him. Miracle of miracles how the two have ended up the best of friends. He waves at me as I approach. True to his promise, Zach has also brought his friend with him. Father Norman. Somehow, I expected him to look older.
Oh, don't be surprised. They say people who have found their calling are getting younger these days.
Oh. I guess he's used to hearing...
Sorry, Father. I didn't mean to say that out loud.
Did you say everything else out loud? Because that'd be pretty funny.
No offense taken. Though I admit I'm a bit surprised. I didn't think someone would ask this house to be blessed after all these years.
I don't know if one blessing is gonna be enough. It's like steeped in bad juju.
You've heard of it, Father?
In passing, the occasional rumors and talk by the locals, nothing new. You don't spend years serving the church here without hearing a random hearsay here and there.
You never mentioned what you thought of those, Father.
Ah, but he who goes down to the grave does not come up. He shall never return to his house, nor shall his place know him any more.
What?
But what I saw...
May not be what you think. It depends entirely on what you mean by it. If you're talking about spirit beings, angels, demons, then yes. Are we talking about the spirits of people who have departed? The word makes it clear that once the deceased has left us, they are gone. But of course, I didn't come here to bore you with a lecture.
It'd be worse if it was a fucking demon.
No, it was enlightening, Father. Thank you.
I think I'd be more reassured if it was a ghost instead of a demon.
Just remember that a god who loves his children would never let them linger once the time comes.
That's what my papa often tells me.
Your father must be a good man. He raised you well, no doubt.
Oh.
Well then, shall we? Regardless of what it is, I'm sure the mansion's new owners would appreciate such sincere intentions. From a stranger, no less.
He lets Zach and I walk ahead. A relief. This way he won't see how tightly I'm clenching the straps in my bag. Father Norman's probably trying to put me at ease. But the worry, the cold, restless, foreboding feeling has firmly launched itself in my stomach, making his presence known with every step we take towards the house.
Hey, you okay?
No. Zach lightly nudges my side, careful, mindful of his motions, to avoid startling me, no doubt. This place gives me the creeps. It's hard to lie when Zach gives you that look. Yay! Oh my god, I'm gonna max him out. It's just there. The kind that implores a silent appeal. I'm not sure if he's even doing it consciously. Another breeze blows and I try not to shiver. Try not to listen to the voices that may or may not be there.
Ugh, this place really gives me the creeps.
It doesn't seem more than an ordinary house to me, though. Damn, I should have brought my camera with me. I saw a few areas that'd be good for a shoot. You think the new owners will allow it?
Shh! What if you catch something? Or someone in one of the pictures?
Oh my.
It just means they want to be seen, doesn't it?
That's true.
Don't ask for it.
It's not like we can stop them if they do.
You're really not helping, Zach.
All right. Sorry. Don't worry. I don't think whatever's inside this house will do anything.
I don't know, man. Isabella almost got concussed.
I'm here, yeah? I'll take care of them. Or I think I can.
Oh, are you gonna punch a ghost?
You're not that scary, but thanks. I'll be sure to run behind you if I see one.
Oh my god. He's the tank. Ridiculous talk, though the temporary reprieve it lends is more than welcome. He offers me a smile in return, the least he could do. And with a slight motion of his head, he gestures for us to move ahead, while my own fears are left forgotten for the time being. The things inside my bag clatter softly against each other while I rummage for the keys to the mansion. I should have heard the telltale jiggle by now. But didn't I put it in my bag last night? Seconds later, I'm sitting on my heels, and one after another, I'm taking out everything from every pocket, every slip. It'll be a pain to put everything back later, but I'm sure it's just under these... Nothing. Oh man, of all the times to forget.
Is something the matter?
No, I'm sorry, Father. I think I left the key.
No use coming up with excuses, and right after they've both taken the time to go this far away from the city. With a heavy sigh, I grab the door handle to pull myself up, a string of apologies ready at the tip of my tongue. It's gonna open.
Careful, Bella!
We've spoken with the current owners. Well, technically, you're not yet the owners, but...
There's a brief moment of confusion, and then I'm falling. The momentum of the door swinging open pulls me back first into the mansion's foyer, before I can make sense of what's happening.
Ow, 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 my back.
What the... Isabella?
No time to nurse my bruised back or make up excuses, because the next thing I know, Zach's gently pulling me upright by my arm. Rose looks down at me with a mixture of apprehension, something I couldn't quite place. I'd say it's relief, but... sheesh. Good going, Isabella, right after you volunteered to work on the papers. As standing behind her...
Ma'am Hannah! Mr. Wright!
Oh my god!
Oh,
what
Isabel.
timing.
We always meet in the most interesting circumstances.
What? What are you talking about?
A complete understatement, darling.
What are you talking about?
What are they doing in my house?
Abruptly, he waves his hand at Zach and Father Norman like their presence is a slight against his own.
I thought you said you wanted to do paperwork duty. What are you doing here?
Like a deer caught in the headlights. Unfair, Rose. That's putting me on the spot. And it leaves me no other choice but to answer.
The reason why I'm here?
Well, spit it out, Lily. We don't have all day.
What?
I'm just here to make sure everything is fine before you move in.
I am so sorry, Mama. You said I'll go to hell if I lie. Oh my god. That's a little extreme. I likely will after this, but there's no other way. Well, it isn't entirely a lie. I am here to make sure no one disturbs them after they move in. It just so happens that what I'm checking for and trying to drive away is of the paranormal variety.
Oh? The house appears impeccably fine to me.
Mr. Wright shifts his eyes around in a careful manner, as if he's looking for faults in every crevice of the house. The grin on his face, though, when he returns his attention to me, is similar to what my Kuya Jordan had often given me when he was up to something. Usually a scare prank that inevitably ended in me crying. I never did forget the way my brother sneered at me then. Part of me thinks that perhaps if I hadn't been the object of his mischief in childhood, I would have grown a little braver.
Come on, little Lily. Lying doesn't do that cute little face any justice.
Ugh, don't talk to us like that.
I'm a very patient man. Now, why are you really here?
Right now, in the face of an almost identical expression, perhaps even crueler than what I'm used to, the lie I told falls apart.
The truth is, I was just thinking we could have the house blessed before move-in day.
And why would we ever need to have this house blessed?
Oh my god. You know, I'm not even like religious, and if someone offered to do that for me, I would take it.
For luck?
Yeah, exactly.
And protection?
I shrink under his scrutinizing gaze. For a second, I think that he'll start shouting at me. Instead, he laughs. Not the mocking, jeering kind, but one wondering if he's hearing things right. I'd say he was amused, but I honestly couldn't understand what was so funny with what I just said. Was it really that weird? Wasn't it a custom here? I wish Becca was here to explain stuff like this.
That's rich coming from you. When we saw Devlin Court, you didn't...
It's a small custom back home. I thought it would be nice to do something that would bring positive energy to the mansion, since this place has been empty for years.
Ooh, nice one, Isabella, nice one.
And the papers, Isabella? I hope you did those first before this.
Of course I did. It's almost done, in fact. But there are some items I still have to double check before finalizing everything. You know I don't sign without a thorough inspection. And well, this is what this is for too. I just thought it would be more efficient to do both at the same time.
Here, I thought you didn't want to go back.
A job is a job, Rose. Gotta do what you gotta do to make a living.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then go ahead.
Yes, we're in.
No need to be so
We're
hard on
in.
her, Rosie.
Rosie.
I personally think it's a nice touch. I was actually thinking of the same thing, but you beat me to it.
Darling, Buttercup, please. You know these things don't work.
Okay, then perish.
No offense meant to the holy man, of course. That does not explain the though.
What? 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 Death. He's dying. He's done. You're done. But did they actually make him say it? I was screaming, so I didn't hear, and I don't want to hear it again. What the fuck? All of a sudden, there's an awkward silence that even Rose of all people seems reluctant to break. Although desire to do so is evident in the way her eyes nervously shifts to Mr. Wright. Meanwhile, Zach's grip on my arm suddenly tightens. He doesn't say anything further, but there's a conflicted look on him when I glance up. That's the face he makes only when he desperately wants to give someone a piece of his mind, but chooses not to do so, mostly to avoid confrontation or fanning the flames to an argument. He has always been like this, even among his own friends. He chooses to take placating stance despite holding opinions of his own. Not that I won't say anything. I know Mr. Wright's a client, but you can't just say that in front of other people, in front of Zach no less. You can't say that at all. What do you mean? If Ashton were here, I know he wouldn't stand for it. And neither do I. There was a reason why bullies back home never touched my younger brother again after I gave them a taste of their own medicine. He might be inches taller than me, but I'm pretty sure I can still land a hit or two. Maybe, if only I'm not going to get in trouble with BRC for it. But before any punches could be thrown, Ma'am Hannah cuts in.
Lucille Mitchell Wright.
Oh. In a voice too firm, demanding his complete silence. She's the girl boss in the relationship.
What?
Instead of answering, she merely crosses her arm and shoots her husband a sharp, disapproving glare. That seems to have done the trick. I wish she would have smacked him instead. If anybody, she would have been able to. He merely shuts his mouth, but not before muttering a few inaudible words under his breath. At this, Ma'am Hannah could only sigh and roll her eyes, more than happy to get back to the topic at hand. Okay, what did I do for Hannah to be a decent person like this?
I'm sure she knows what she's doing, love. She got us the house, remember?
That's what you're concerned with?
Who knows what a little positive vibe can do? It could even give us what we've been eagerly waiting for all these years.
You're trying to have a baby?
What have we been waiting for? I don't think I was ever informed of.
Nothing you should worry about right now.
Why is that the first thing I thought of?
Anyway, we've still got a few things we need to discuss with Rosie here. Over lunch? I hope you don't mind, Isabel. We'd love to take you with us, but...
Oh, no. Go ahead, ma'am. This'll take time. That's why there's two of us working on this.
Rose looks like she's about to murder someone. Probably me. At least she won't have to stay in a haunted property. She's getting the better end of this deal if anyone's going to ask me.
Oh, wonderful. I hope the next time the three of us meet, it'll be over a closed deal, hmm?
Of course, ma'am. Please look forward to it.
Oh my god, is that why this Draco Malfoy looking fuck never pronounces Isabella's... not even pronounces, doesn't even try to say Isabella's name. Rose hurriedly hands me the keys to the house before leaving, mouthing reminders to secure the place and harmless threats for throwing her under the bus. I return it with a reassuring smile of my own, even if she's the one who often forgets. Sheesh. And just like that, gone. Just as quickly as they appeared, fleeing from one scene to the next and leaving me wondering if this is simply what's typical for the rich and famous. If so, I'd rather stay with my rundown apartment or our little shack back home. There's still joy in the smallest things, after all. With the sun this big, it's not surprising when the ceremony takes a few hours to finish. The sun's already high by the time we've gone through the last room. I can never say I'm a devout follower of my own faith, even with Mom and Papa's teachings. But hearing every word Father Norman uttered as we went around the house has put me at ease. All of a sudden, the mansion doesn't seem so scary anymore. Maybe there's an end to this? Or perhaps this is the end? Father Norman bids us goodbye upon exiting the mansion grounds. He has business in the village nearby, he says, a minute gesturing to reach out to the members of their parish once in a while. It reminds me of a distant memory of helping hands. What is this? I just got an email. Oh, okay. It reminds me of a distant memory of helping hands and a few kind smiles that helped my family pull through when times were tough. But before he leaves...
Isabella, a word before I go?
Oh no.
Zachary hasn't been really forthcoming with your situation, and it is something I understand it wasn't his to share. But whatever burdens you, know that it's not a permanent fixture in your life. Besides, you have people to bear it with.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about, like, this thing. Yeah. Fight back the harsh retorts before they come out, masking it with a smile as we wave the good priest off. His words, though meant to comfort, has only left a bitter taste in my mouth. And if they don't believe you, what am I to do? A hand lands briefly on my shoulders, taking me out of my thoughts before they take a sullen turn. But my smile doesn't quite reach my ears when I turn to him.
Say, do you want to go somewhere?
Yeah.
Right now? Where to?
Anywhere in the city. I'll leave it up to you.
Don't forget your work, though. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out with Zach.
It wouldn't hurt. I've got some stuff I need to buy. Groceries.
I'm about to max him out. He's about to be my best friend.
And there's a shop I want to check.
Is it real food this time?
Let me guess. Rebecca?
She's just worried about you. Even I can't eat that much instant noodles.
Think of it as a talent. Let's just go, Zach.
I smile, a real one this time, devoid of any unpleasant thoughts. Regardless of what happened between us these past few days, I don't want to think harshly of them. Zach had me wait on a nearby bench upon arriving, prior to going off somewhere. He hasn't returned since, and it's been a good 20 minutes of being left alone entirely to my thoughts. In this weather, the city park gives off a lazier and more languid vibe than usual. Where children are usually seen running around and playing, there are now people leaning back on their picnic blankets, simply enjoying the afternoon sun. Why do these people look so dressed up? They like stick out so much. The smell of food drifts from nearby carts, and if the wind blows in the right direction, one would catch the whiff of freshly trimmed grass. I'd gladly sleep on this bench if I wasn't waiting for anyone. Soon enough, I see his hulking figure running towards me, carrying a medium-sized box on one hand and casually waving the other at me. He's panting when he reaches my bench. Sweat drips profusely from his forehead, but there's a grin on his face.
Sorry, the line was really long. Really long.
Oh, Zach, it's okay. You didn't have to run.
You didn't have to run. Sit down first.
Nah, I'm good. Didn't want to make you wait for these.
I already know what's inside the blue box before he opens it. Cinnamon rolls, all 6 of them topped with white cream cheese glaze. The very same one I bought after I sold my first property, after I met Zach, Ash, and Becca. Funny how such a small thing could trigger a distant memory, no matter how mundane it is. I don't say no to free food, but why is he getting me these now?
What for?
He leans on the empty space beside me, wiping the sweat off his forehead before answering.
An apology. And his thanks for yesterday and the other day.
You know, I just realized... Is it... Am I gonna get in trouble because the game said a very bad word? Because that was the game, not me. I didn't know they were gonna say that. What the fuck?
You don't have to buy me anything, Zach.
True. Zach did a favor for you. Why? You should be buying him something.
We're upset. You haven't been yourself recently, and people kind of miss that, you know?
Are you just saying that, or...
No, really. Rebecca told me. You know how she is. Ashton, too.
Ashton was an ass. He should have been named Ashhole instead.
Okay.
He went a little overboard, yeah. I can talk to him if you want.
He'll still tease me about it, even if it's Rebecca telling him to stop. Besides, I can handle him.
You always do. And yesterday, when you talked me through my little slump, I thought, hey, I want our old Isabella back.
It's been a few days only.
Are you still upset?
It's literally only been like 2 days. Eh? Father Norman, Zachary Steele, and Isabella Santos went to the Armengard mansion for the blessing. There, they encountered the mansion's new owners, the Wrights. After the blessing, Zachary and Isabella were seen sharing a box of sweet cinnamon rolls at the park. Aww. There are times when I wish Zach had been my big brother, or Becca, my older sister. Okay. Maybe life would have been a little easier then. Maybe Papa wouldn't be as sick as he is. Maybe I wouldn't be alone here. But then again, if they are what I wish them to be, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have met Ash too. Life back home is tough, but for all that, I wouldn't change it for one selfish wish. In this city of 68,000 people, I have people I could depend on. 3 of them, in fact. When you think about it, when you compare the numbers to the odds of finding someone like them amidst the sea of nameless people, I'm lucky.
Thanks a lot for today, Zach. You didn't have to, but you did. I can always count on you.
Oh my god, what's happening? Okay.
Just me? No Ashton or Rebecca? Oh boy, they won't be happy to hear that. I don't mind being the favorite, though.
Nope, no favorites. But you cook better than both of them, so that's a plus.
No, you are our favorite.
It's always been food with you, ain't it?
Don't put it like that! You're making me sound like a glutton.
I'm not saying you are, but it does feel good to know there's someone I can invite for food to be able to eat all of it.
Only that? I thought we were also art buddies.
Oh, that too. But the food thing really stands out when you think about it. You do eat a lot for someone your, size.
Low blow. I take pride in my height.
So, is it okay now? Do you feel better? Does it still scare you?
I don't know, we'll see.
A little. I'll be okay. I'll figure it out, somehow. It's not as bad as the other day, and Father Norman helped too. I should have brought something to thank him.
Oh, we could visit him anytime. He loves hearing from the young ones.
He isn't that old, is he?
Don't know.
Oh.
He doesn't tell. I think I might have seen his face somewhere before. I just couldn't recall when or where. Ash says he looks like his boss, so the bartender at the local pub if he squints. Don't take his word for it, of course. He might have accidentally inhaled something from the forensic lab again when he said that.
Is that like foreshadowing? What? Cause what the hell? Why do I feel like I'm trying to look too deep into these things. This time the laughter that comes from both of us is genuine. Back to the usual. Things may not have been the easiest lately, but it certainly isn't the worst that has happened. We do end up sharing the cinnamon buns between us, despite Zach's insistence that it's only for me. But more than the food, there's relief and contentment.
If you need anything, just ring, okay? Like when Ash annoys you too much. I'll help you with him, best friend or not.
No way. I can take him on.
Still an extra muscle wouldn't hurt, yeah? Just let me know, and I'll back you up. My sister knows this one thing to shut him up when he's being his usual self. Ask me what it is whenever you want, and I'll spill it.
I don't think that's necessary, but thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
He leaves me with a smile and a wave. Off to some new gig again. As for me, we still need to talk, Becca, Ash, and I. Put petty arguments aside like the adults we all are. This, however, is a start, no matter how small it may be. I just hope I can keep them safe. A light wind blows again, sending dried leaves swirling and a distinct smell of earth into the air. For the first time, the sunlight feels less harsh. Maybe a walk is good? I keep feeling... She's gonna see some shit. I need to visit the grocery, too. Come to think of it, wasn't there an art store that opened recently near the park? The cat's name is Beruthiel. Or at least that's what his collar says. It's an odd name to give a cat, in my opinion. But it speaks grace much like the one that carries it. It shows in the way he swishes his tail and his eyes follow my hand's every movement. What's going on? I'm not sure what he finds fascinating in me, to be honest. I wasn't the very picture of grace when he found me, after all. It was a bad idea carrying 2 heavy bags of newly bought art materials and groceries, but that helped, or a sure ride home. I know, what? Did I accidentally skip something? No, it just jumped right into this cat. In hindsight, perhaps I shouldn't have bought all of these at the same time. I didn't even make it past the park. And now I'm suffering underneath the glaring afternoon sun, hunched up on a park bench and drenched in sweat, in the company of a cat curiously watching my every movement. I hope it stays where it is. It's just a black cat, but back at home, they're considered ill omens.
Don't look at me like that. I can act graceful as well if I want to.
You're talking to a cat right now, in public, and not even your cat. Not that I've ever acted graceful in my life, of course. Growing up with rowdy younger brothers and sisters does that. Or maybe it's the opposite? Mama used to call me a little troublemaker before. Well, graceful or not, there's no use moping. A short breather, and then I'm off home. Besides, it isn't like the company's bad. Even if it's a cat, as long as it doesn't bite or crosses my path.
Well, where's your owner, anyway?
He has one, doesn't he? An owner? That's what the collar's for, isn't it? A bandage is wrapped on one of its paws, though. I wonder what happened to it. Did he run away?
Well, if you don't have one, I won't be able to take you in. My apartment doesn't allow pets. I tried to bring one home before, a cat. Not black, of course. And Rebecca threw a fit before the landlady could.
I take a small packet of sweets from one of the bags beside me and pop it open. As I'm about to put one into my mouth, he meows. My hand stops.
Do you want one?
Is that safe? He doesn't meow again as I'm expecting him to, but I take his unblinking gaze as a yes. I shift the piece to my palm and hold it out to him warily. Are you able to feed cats candy? He sniffs at it once, twice before.
Baruthia!
Oh my god, it's her! Like a good properly trained pet, Beruthiel responds as soon as he's called. Recognition comes as soon as my head snaps in the direction of the voice. Miss McCulloch's hard to miss, what with her height.
I'm sorry. Did my cat hurt you? Miss Santos, was it? I'm surprised to see you here.
Nice to meet you again, Miss McCulloch.
Were you harmed in any way? I'm sorry. Beruthiel's not exactly fond of other people. Even run away from the veterinarian right now.
Oh no, he was just sniffing my hand earlier.
My Beruthiel's a she.
Oh. Sorry? She? All this time I thought the pause in conversation, if this can be called one, is uncomfortable. Why is it uncomfortable? Just be like, oh, sorry. We're merely 2 people working different jobs for the same client. Frankly, meetings like this don't happen a lot, and if it does, a simple nodding of heads is enough. Still, trying to be friendly wouldn't hurt, right? But she... yeah, what the heck? What the heck, man? Oh, let's talk about her cat. I keep my tone cordial and warm. Oh, why not?
I'm actually surprised you have a cat, Miss McCulloch.
Okay, nothing's happening, nothing's happening, nothing's happening. Oh man, which one should I pick?
I'm just curious about...
Oh my god, it really went up.
What about it?
There's something guarded in her expression at mention of work, but I pushed through with my question.
I I just want to know how it is to work on a house like the Ermengarde mansion. Is it hard?
I guess she wasn't expecting a question like that. If the way her eyebrows shot up tells me something.
Because of its age? I wouldn't say it is. It is a challenge, considering the factors me and my team have sought out.
She's so cute.
But it's a good project. A breath of fresh air from what I usually work on. And I have a good team. Those original fittings, though. It might be old, but the architecture is magnificent. I'm sure you've seen the stained glass windows in the foyer. Oh, I can already think of so many things I could do with it. But of course, my team will have to double check for necessary repairs here and there. That's probably for the best. It's easy to break some key elements with a rush restoration job, and who knows what other hidden issues there might be underneath. People can be so careless. I'm sorry, I spoke too much.
She's so cute. Oh my god. Friendship ended with Becca. McCullough's my new bestie. Oh my god.
No, it's okay. You seem to really love what you're doing.
It's not really like that. I'm just lucky to have found work in an interesting field. Anyway, Bruthiel's due for her visit to the vet. Nice talking to you, Miss Santos. I wish you luck with what you're planning to work on. It seems like a big project, too.
She gestures with her head towards the bags, the ones filled with stuff I've recently bought from the art store.
It's a project for a friend, actually.
All the same. Good luck.
For a friend. I watch her as she leaves, though she stops shortly before crossing the threshold separating the park and the street. She faces me again, looking like there's something she has forgotten to say.
By the way, about the Ermengarde mansion. With my clients, it's the rights, I mean.
Oh my god, spill.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but has the deal been finalized?
There's still a few papers they need, but the house is more or less theirs now.
Ah, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Wait, about the mansion.
Oh my god, you guys can't.
Yeah.
The letter, the same one they saw. Whoever she is, she's asking for help. Someone. I want to tell Miss McCullough that the urban legends aren't just legends anymore. They're real. She's not going to believe me.
Don't mind me. I need to go too. Have a good day, Miss McCullough.
I hasten to pick up all the bags I've left on the bench and ran as far as my legs can take me. I hope we ran in the right direction. In that moment, what I'm carrying in my hands weighs far lighter than the overwhelming guilt trying to consume me. Home. I want to go home. Anywhere where I won't be reminded of the house. Of her. Of my own cowardice. Cowardice. The food tastes less appetizing tonight. Cat. While looking after a lost cat, Isabella Santos met the interior designer Marianne McCullough by chance. She also happened to be the cat's owner. The two were seen having small talk before Isabella abruptly left. Okay, I wonder, why is it that if you talk with her about her cat, she's like, I hate you, fuck off. But if you talk to her about her work, she's like, oh my god. I feel like cat owners, not cat owners, but like pet owners love talking about their pet. A pity. One would think that someone who had been on a continuous binge of instant noodles would find a home-cooked meal enjoyable. But it isn't. Hunger isn't what is gnawing at me tonight. Neither are my sore muscles. The TV runs loudly in the background, but what it says barely registers in my brain. It's hard when the things you're trying to forget keep returning to the forefront of your mind. It distracts you, eats at you, devours you. I wish this would stop. I wish I wasn't the one who picked it up. I wish it was somebody else.
In other local news, a woman was found dead in her home.
What the fuck? Yesterday evening.
Luxbourne police officials are currently investigating the crime scene, but has classified the case as homicide.
What? Huh?
The victim, identified as Rose Pamela Cooper, 33 years old, working as a real estate agent.
What? What? Oh no. Oh no. Rose?
Discovered lying in a pool of blood in her two-bedroom flat with the words "Help me" repeatedly written on the walls.
Oh, I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps. Another victim by the Anselm Butcher. Woman brutally killed. What the fuck? Did Rose? I think she did. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, when the... No, actually... I don't know if she did, but she did pass the paper back to, Isabella. Because it was only the Wrights and then Makala that read it. And you could have shown Rose it, but I didn't. So how did she die? That's why we had no relationship bar with Rose. Oh no. 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 This isn't what I want. This isn't supposed to happen. None of this is supposed to happen. No one's supposed to die. Those are just stories, right? Legends. That's what everyone has kept telling me, so why? And I immediately rush to my study table in search of my phone. My hand cold from dread clings tightly to it as soon as I touch its edges. A piece of folded paper, the letter, lying unassumingly beside it, slipped to the floor when I pick up the device. But I pay it no mind. Us, the fucking letter. There are more important things. Right now, I need to call her. I need to call her. I was with her. I was just with her not too long ago, and she was okay. No. 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 It isn't Rose, I'm sure of it. I just talked to her, and a sob escapes me, and hot tears begin to blur my vision. One after another, they trickle down, weighted by the very same guilt I refuse to admit I've been carrying from the start. The same one I've been hiding from. The same one that has put the people I care about in danger. My hands shake as I navigate to Rose's number on my contacts list. She'll answer, right? That's what she always does. She'll pick up, tell me how to turn down the waterworks, and call me a wuss afterwards.
She'll answer. Please answer, Rose.
I should feel guilty. It's not like anyone believed her. Exactly. I feel like... I wonder after this if they'll still believe her. Again and again, I dial. Whispering, praying, pleading.
Come on, Rose. Don't do this to me. Please pick up. I know you're there, Rose. You're not dead. Please tell me you're not.
Isabella kind of... I know, especially because the Wrights thought it was just like a weird little art project she has. What if they think
to the series of deaths and disappearances that has plagued Luxborn in the recent years?
Having a piece of paper with her that has the same handwriting on the walls of someone that was murdered. Yeah. Who else has been fucking going into the mansion?
Currently looking at a possible link with the notorious Anselm Butcher case.
Butcher. The TV runs loudly in the background. A deafening static sounds from my phone's speakers. But in my ears I can only hear the screams, her pleas, her whispers. Help me. We are not safe. Shit. Oh my god. News broke of Rose Cooper being found dead in her flat the evening before. The authorities classified the crime as a homicide, possibly linked to the notorious Anselm Butcher. A mysterious serial killer committed brutal murders over the years and left their bodies with the signature phrase, "Help me." So the Butcher is actually just the curse. Okay. Buzzing sensation jolts me awake. My body still wants to sleep to forget what I heard, what I saw last night. But it's there, nudging, prodding at me. Slowly, I become aware of how awkward my position is, and the aches that accompany sleeping in a curled position the night before. If I even slept at all. The memories are impossible to forget now that Rose is gone. They say it's easier when you say it out loud. Instead, the words weigh heavier on me each time. She's gone. Gone because of me. Gone because of one letter I was too curious to look at. I should have been more careful. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I should have destroyed it before anyone else had gotten involved. I should have... The notification light on my laptop blinks incessantly, mockingly, when I look at it, as if it's calling me back to a sense of normalcy. I check it nevertheless, out of habit more than anything. To all BRC employees, in light of the recent events, there will be an all-staff emergency meeting from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Attendance is a must. Company changes, new hierarchy and policies will all be discussed during the meeting. Everyone is expected to bring a copy of their own attendance logs and sales reports for the last 6 months to be submitted to your respective managers for review. We're expecting everyone's cooperation. Oh, it's because... Because Rose was the best one. So now they have to shift all the stuff. This were one of those typical days I'd happily comply and get myself to our office. Today my limbs just feel heavy. On one hand, going will keep me busy, take my mind elsewhere. On the other hand, the place in itself is a stark reminder of what my own fears have cost me. I should just... You should go to work. Moping won't get me anywhere. This is just like one of those things, isn't it? You deal with it with a smile no matter how bad things get and hope for the best. Although my whole body feels like lead and my limbs are sore, I push myself away from the chair and head for the shower. The letter I dropped on the floor last night flutters open as I pass by, unfolding for no one else but for me to see. Every word written on it glares back at me. They sneer, they ridicule, like living beings fully aware of what they've done. With a huff, I pick it up and shove it into my bag, perhaps with more anger and frustration than I'm used to showing. This too, I'll deal with. Somehow I'll find a way and make things right. I have to. Before it takes more people from me. Even if I must do it on my own. Papers rustling, telephones ringing, feet shuffling. Overall, today looks like a typical working day at Briar Realty Corporation. Except it isn't. The air is thick with tension and unspoken questions. No doubt everyone present has already heard about Rose. If they missed last night's report, they likely see it in the morning news, in the papers, or on various news sites on the internet. Everywhere is a bitter reminder. In fact, everyone's giving me a wide berth, as though the mere mention of Rose would be enough to trigger something in me. It's appreciated, but it only serves to create a bigger hole in the place Rose has left. After lunch, my boss calls for a meeting. I don't have to look up from my work to know what it's about. He's in a strange pensive mood today, probably out of respect for a dead colleague. Oddly, I'd appreciate more if he just shouted at me today. Anything is better.
I'm sure you've all heard of what happened to Miss Cooper. She was a valued member of our team and she will be missed. There's no date for a funeral, yet. But those who wish to attend, kindly speak with your respective supervisors. By the way, has anyone heard about our still AWOL staff?
Sus.
None? HR, you know what to do. Santos, a word? In my office?
At the end of it, I've been given the entirety of Rose's workload, including finalizing the rights papers, and have been promised an ample compensation for my efforts. I think he's expecting me to be happy about it. Instead, I immerse myself in my work. I have to, anyway, if I want to forget. Shit. Employee of the... I don't want this. Get that achievement away from me. Isabella Santos drowned herself with work the whole day to forget about the devastating news of her mentor's death. However, she ended up stumbling upon the mysterious disappearance of her other colleagues, and just when she realized something important. Time flies when you do, and by the time I give notice, it's already late. Everyone's already gone, leaving me in the company of a radio and a member of our janitorial staff. Oh my god, you're gonna die. I don't even know his name. Rose likely does. She remembers people easily like that. Oh my god.
The Luxbon Police Department continues its search for the following reported missing people.
The radio blares one name after another. Hold on a second. Missing? Aren't they? Still, I have to check. Frantic, I turn back to my desktop. Loud tapping on my fingers against the keys fill the office for the better part of my shift as I look through everything. The background about the place, its history from the current owners, and list of employees hired under BRC. And I'm right. Of course I am. BRC may have a lot of staff, but they may have... BRC may have a lot of staff. They may have a lot of agents hired, but I don't remember those names anywhere. After all, they're also part of the crew who worked with us in preparing the mansion for the open house. Then the letters... No, that can't be. I hope it's not what I'm thinking.
But Rose is...
Something snaps into place in the fraction of a moment. These people, Rose, the letter...
I need to... No. If it's like this, they still won't believe me. I have to make sure of it first.
Wait, I'm so confused. It's like send this to 5 people or else, and she's already made 5 people look at it. Shouldn't she have escaped the curse? Evidence doesn't lie. That's what Ash often says, right? If I have proof, then maybe... I don't want to get my hopes up yet, but maybe there's still a way I can save them. The letter, my phone, papers, anything that will be useful. I grab all of them and stuff them in my bag. I can't stay here. There's something I need to do. There's something those people should... The noise cuts sharply through the room, stopping my hand short of cramming a pen into my bag.
Hello? Anyone there?
I'm terrified. Someone must have left their printer open again. I may be in a hurry, but if I don't turn off, another person is going to have a fit tomorrow over wasted company resources. Most of the time it's Rose who does the nagging, but the clicking of my pen in my hand is a welcome distraction as I search for the said object. Where's the janitor, dude? I would be terrified. Each stride my feet takes also echoes throughout the empty workplace. I've lost sight of the janitor minutes ago, and with me being the only one left, the tapping of my feet against the wooden floor is something I soon learned to appreciate. It doesn't take long to find it. By the time I turn off, 5 pages are already strewn about on the ground, the paper tray having also been left ajar. Is it the help me paper? Sighing, I pick each of it up to put someplace proper, but the page that greets me next makes my blood run cold. The chill that makes its way up my spine is as numbing as that day in the attic. Doesn't even say send to 5 people now. Also, ghosts can use a printer? They know how to use technology. The sheets crinkle under my tense grip. All I can hear is my breathing as it rasps through my gritted teeth. But before I can even gather myself, take the first step out of there, total darkness suddenly envelops me. Oh shit. Oh. And as if hearing every horrid thought running inside my head right now, something snaps. Oh my god. Are you ready for a jump scare? I can sense it. I can sense it. A soft creak grating the thin veil of stillness that has descended in the room. Not even the Gundam can save us now. Quick. Every muscle, every bone in my body goes rigid at the sound. Familiar. So familiar now. Fuck, dude. Yet my own traitor's curiosity still presses me to take a careful peek over the cubicle's wall. Why? Just run. I would just run for the exit. It's her. Hey! You're looking great tonight. Standing in the only exit of the office I'll be facing away from me. Yeah, why is her head moving like this? What is she doing? Oh, I don't like this piano. She doesn't even know to turn around for me to notice the same misshapen face, tattered clothing, and unsightly gait. Oh, you're really coming for her. The same person in the attic. Whoever made this music is really popped off, because I'm feeling tense. I take a step back, the pen I'm holding slips from my hand, and oh my fucking... her entire head turns! Hey, girly! What's up, baby girl? A scream almost escapes her mouth as I duck under my table as quickly as I can. I'm ready for the QTE. I'm ready. My heart is pounding hard against my chest. I can hear the bone-chilling sounds of her walk, the weird clicking that follows her, and telltale squelch of something wet as she walks towards me. It must be her grippers. Nearer and nearer. The sounds are slowly getting louder. The only thing keeping the whimper from escaping me is my hand as it covers my mouth. Don't let her slowly look under. I'd scream. Someone, please save me. Where's the janitor? Anyone? I close my eye. Why would you close your eyes? Muttering a continuous stream of prayers, all while attempting to steady my own breathing. You should have asked the father for some, like, holy water. Please don't let her hear me. Oh, fuck me, dude! Oh, fuck my ass. Sorry, I didn't... Oh, fuck! Close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes!
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses.
Why are you saying this out loud? I guess it doesn't matter because I fucking lost.
Against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Okay, you ready? When the last line of my prayers have left me, all that remains is a hush. None of her footsteps nor those chilling sounds she makes. Only silence. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Is it safe? No. I'm so sorry, girl. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad. Another second passes, and when nothing What? Hey! Hey, are you holding my hand? Are you holding your own? Okay, that wasn't that bad. Honestly, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad. You know, I'm for sure the creepypasta community would have a field day with this character. Honestly, if her eyes weren't fucking ginormous and she wasn't covered in blood, she'd be kind of cute, you know? Okay, one more time. I fuck, dude. This is what's gonna teach me to not be scared anymore. Oh, let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. The seconds, minutes stretch out before me agonizingly. Is she gone? Slowly open my eyes to take a peek. I don't dare move or make a noise. Okay, I'm gonna save because that was ass. In the face of such terror, I can only beg, let out silent pleas to whoever is out there. Please don't let her notice. Also, are you okay? What happened with your foot? I want to live. Hannah. Switching POVs? Oh my god. We did it. We were at a new part of the story. Oh my god. Wait, we played through all of them? Shit. Hannah Wright, Nay Evans. The Taurus, 31 years old, 5'7". She's an heiress, former finance manager. Ooh, she's a girl boss. She's British. She's Anglican. Master's in business administration, major in accounting, likes dogs, fashion, parties, and dancing. The Beach Children, iconic women, charity math. Oh, iconic. Of the Luxborn upper class, Hannah is used to living a life of luxury. Absent parents made her crave for attention, though, something she gained from her private tutors and nannies instead. It was never enough, however. She studied hard in order to make her parents proud, going into business so that she could work alongside them. The challenge in her otherwise privileged life was certainly a thrill for her, at the very least. She had many suitors, dating different men and women. Alright. But it was through work that she met Luke. It was love at first sight for her. Upon her parents' death, Luke proposed to her. That was the move that led to the merging of Wright Enterprises and Evans Incorporated, and her subsequent retirement. Their 7-year marriage is strained, but Hannah tries her best to make it work. Do you need to? I don't think you need to. The moment we can let Luke die, I'ma do it. It is far too easy to get them to pay attention, enraptured. They hang on to my every word and follow my every move. All of it would have been stifling had I not grown used to such stares. Most are respectful, some are hostile if we are honest. And a few are downright inappropriate. After all, I am...
Hannah Wright!
Alright. There's a moment of agitation as a familiar but less than welcome face approaches me with a suggestive smirk on his face. Of course, I have to keep a benevolent smile and greet him as I greet any good friend. After all, this man can turn heads, being famous in his own right.
Officer Lee! What a pleasant surprise. I didn't think you'd have the time to attend tonight's party.
He is more Luke's friend than mine, really, and I'm quite sure I only invited his wife. You know, maybe Hannah's alright. If we're comparing her to Luke, maybe Hannah's alright. Much like I am only friends with the chief inspector because of Luke, Luke is only friends with Rochelle because of me. Unlike how I treated Lee, however, Luke never hid his animosity for the Lee matriarch. It was an odd sort of friendship where we would have awkward double dates. I don't even recall his first name. It started with an N, I think. I might be wrong. Aside from being chief inspector of Luxborn Police, his wife, Rochelle Lee... What is this? Nay, Vance owns a General Electronics company, fridges and freezers mostly.
Oh, I always have time for my favorite socialite couple. Might I say, you look positively ravishing tonight.
No, you may not. No.
I see the husband isn't with ya.
The way he eyes me up is enough to make my skin crawl. Me too. I just wish Luke is here to fend off the more unseemly of our peers. You know the ones. Men who are just a bit too friendly, staring too long at my assets and getting close just because my husband is not here. And to think they have the gall to do this at my own party. Is she only with Luke as like a protective thing? Like, like, does she even actually like him? In my own house, if I might add. But like any high society woman worth her salt, I know how to handle it with grace and dignity.
I suppose you are looking pleasant as well. Luke's busy with work, unfortunately.
I suppose. It's like, I guess you look alright.
Rochelle isn't here?
A shame. I do hope he isn't causing you much trouble. That husband of yours can be a bit daft sometimes, acting like he's still some young bachelor.
Yeah, didn't he sound a little sussy towards Marianne?
The wife sends her regards and her apologies, but something came up with a doctor and she needed to attend to it. You know her, being pregnant and all.
And you still say whack shit? We make small talk. Rather, I'm forced to do so, as he would not leave my side after finding his place there. Much to my chagrin, I've been extricated from the few who flock in hopes of flattering, for I can tolerate them far better than Lee. He is a nice enough person, and I adore his wife, who is obviously the brains behind the two. But there's something unsettling about him. I do not trust him as much as I want to. He regales to me tales of the Luxborn Police Department, a different affair to the usual gossip I am privy to, and though I am loath to admit, is interesting nonetheless. I expect the topic of business to die out quickly, which would be understandable enough due to the confidential nature of his work. But oh boy, was I wrong.
So, we're in civvies, I steal and drive off with one of the police mobiles, right? In the mirror, I see the mutant chasing on foot and screaming about theft. The look on his face was priceless when I parked in the garage.
Oh my. You made him chase you all the way home for a prank. What did Rochelle have to say about that?
Rochelle has a strange love and hate affair with Lee. He is a married man who did not grow up past his early 20s, judging by the way he acts. Surprisingly enough, they've been married for a good 20 years. A lifetime if you compare it to my marriage of 7 years with Luke. I, on the other hand, well, Luke is no Lee. I should be happy about that, I suppose. Although my darling did have his moments.
The wife pulled my ear and gave me a good talking to, though. Besides, we live in a flat a block away, so it wasn't much of a grand chase.
I'm holding 20. True, that's true. That means if they're like at least 40, right? This guy and his wife.
Weren't you living in a house near the countryside?
Moved for work, you know. Or you probably don't.
No, I don't. But a flat in downtown? I suppose if that's what you like.
What?
Oh, it's horrid. Hate that tiny place, no matter how convenient it can be for work. 55 square yards are not enough when you need to get away from the wife.
I don't know, divorce?
I wouldn't mind a place away from the city. Even started looking at the ads. I spied an interesting lot, actually. Heard it was finally put up for sale. Or that something mansion, you know the one with all the ghost stories.
I know what he is talking about. There are really only a few urban legends around here. It's...
The Ermagood Mansion?
Wait, she said the meme I was thinking about.
That's the one. Worthy of a king it is. I'd buy it myself, but Rochelle would only gripe if I brought it up to her. Not to mention all the expenses a place like that will be a real fixer-upper. You also have to find someone willing to work there with how superstitious people can be.
If it becomes a problem, just hire someone to do an exorcism.
Oh, wow, see? Same brain, same brain.
Actually, I do know of someone who could be up to the task. You remember the Ludgates party at their Christchurch summer residence?
Of course. It was an excellent soiree. Everything was so classy, too. Such good taste.
Oh, that place was a pigsty until they hired out this interior designer and they turned it into a bloody palace. She worked for the Exodus for their apartment in Soho too, and they recommended her when we were looking up pieces for our beach house in Porto Colom. I think I have a business card right at...
Oh, okay.
No, I must have left it in my other jacket.
Wait, I'm gonna turn my fan up. Okay, I hope that isn't too distracting. Ah. Never mind, I'm turning it back down, it's too low. Okay, never mind. Okay, good.
Anyway, she's called, what's her name? McCullough, Marianne, I believe, yes. But truly, if anyone were to get that place in McCullough, well, they'd be the envy and the talk of the town.
Well, if you put it that way, I might just snatch it up for myself. This place was starting to feel a bit small lately anyway.
Sure, a 3-story penthouse might not fit the definition of small for some people. Okay, maybe a lot of people. But it isn't big enough to have grand parties in. As it is, I only invited about 30 people to this one, and it already feels cramped in here. It certainly would be nice if I didn't have to ride an elevator up and down several floors before I can get anywhere as well. All Luke's words and not mine. Besides, I've been looking for a good anniversary gift. Luke might like this one. Where is he anyway? Oh. Oh, wow. Hannah right through a party in their penthouse at the Cache. The city's most powerful were seen, including Chief Inspector Harvey Lee of the Luxbourne Police Department. From him, the socialite heard of the Armengarde's mansion's upcoming open house and of the interior designer Marianne McCullough. Luke is dressed to the nines, as he usually is, and he looks ready for whatever the day will throw at him. His butler and valet wait at his side, just in case he isn't as ready as he looks. Oh, sure, that is normal. What is confusing me is the fact that he is on his way out of the penthouse, considering we won't have anywhere to go until much later.
Where are you going?
I am to attend the Triad Autumn Tasting. I do believe I informed you of this 2 weeks ago.
Yes. And might I remind you that I had stricken that off your schedule? Because 1, the doctor told you to stop consuming so much alcohol. And 2, I informed you a few days ago about the open house we are going to attend in its place. I've even found this marvelous interior designer, Marianne McCullough.
Oh, it's not Hannah's fault that she thought McCullough's name was Mary Ann and not Marianne.
It's a 3.5 hour
Just because of that
drive
fucking
to Cardiff.
police dude to
I don't have time for this.
Cardiff.
This is like that little party you threw all over again. You don't inform me of it, and you expect me to stay and be a gracious host when I have business elsewhere.
Fucking die.
You know how I
care
operate,
about
Hannah.
Luke.
Unless this was penciled in, I am sticking to my schedule.
If I may intrude, the madam is correct. Your physician did insist you moderate your drinking, unless you wish to incur acute pancreatitis.
Thank you.
And you did have this open house penciled in last Wednesday morning.
Thank
Bullocks, I don't remember doing so.
Well, you did. While very hungover, in fact.
He's on my side. You did. Moaned about me being too loud, but gave in after some pushing. Perhaps that was a bit too cruel and manipulative of me, but...
Whose side are you on?
Come on, Luke. You promised we'd do whatever I want this weekend.
Gordon Bennett, fine. I am giving this house tour of yours a chance.
What?
But
This is a
if it
British
proves
thing
to
I
be a
don't
waste
get.
of time, I am going to Cardiff, and you are going to take a cab home. Are we clear?
What the fuck? It's just a bit of a husband and wife tit for tat, isn't it? All couples have their arguments. Once the honeymoon phase is over, as they seem to call it, reality sets in that you and your partner might not always see eye to eye. Perhaps it has been the years. 7 of them is nothing to scoff at.
I just cannot bloody believe I agreed to this. I was really looking forward to the triad tasting.
Though sometimes I think it's something a bit more than just simple disagreements, and I have to stop myself from wondering where we went wrong. They do need a divorce. Like, Hannah is a little, you know, out of touch because she's rich, but at least she's no Luke.
There's always the Triad Christmas tasting in Manchester next month, and that'll only be an hour-and-a-half drive.
Have I been neglectful? Have I offended? Have I acted shamefully?
Yes, but Cardiff.
Certainly, any problem can be discussed, as long as he doesn't turn me away.
Well, there goes my good mood. Are you happy now, Hannah?
Yeah. Why must he treat me this way? Dude, I don't... How do you have any relationship with these people? But I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. And you know what? I'm gonna defend myself. Fuck you, bitch.
Yes! I am very happy, Luke.
Oh,
because
he
for
liked that.
once in a very long time, we are doing what I want.
Wait, he liked that? To each their own. But I wanted to piss him off. Oh no. Oh, has Hannah been like too passive? That Luke is just like bored or something? Well, you know what? I'm glad that he likes that she's aggressive, because she will be nothing but aggressive to him. And she will not stand for this.
I'm
Fucking
ecstatic.
bitch ass.
Understood. And this would be perfect if you stop acting like a child who needs their nappy changed.
He likes this. He likes this. He likes this.
We will be leaving after lunch for the Ermengarde mansion. You are going to
Pop
park
off,
your
Hannah.
rear in the car and keep mum. And you are going to behave during the tour.
Needless to say, Luke looks a bit shocked at my little outburst. Really telling about who he is? He opened and closed his mouth a few times, struggling to reply, before he crosses his arm to look like, well, a moping child.
Any more rules for this little excursion of yours, Your Highness?
Yes, actually.
No wine.
No wine.
No wine? Unacceptable! I am already not allowed to the tasting, and you would deprive me of that simple pleasure?
I also can't wait to play as Luke. I'm gonna fuck him up so bad.
If I see you take one
Wait, is he the
sip
last
today,
one?
I
Is
will
he the
put
last
the
one to
stocks
play?
under lock and key.
Oh, it's gonna be so
Do you
good though.
understand me?
Oh.
Don't forget the bottles he keeps in his dresser.
Thank you, Johans.
Whose side are you on?
How many times in one day can you ask that?
As many times as I need you, traitor.
The ride to the mansion is quiet, with Luke having stared out the window the entire way, not paying attention to anything around him. Meanwhile, I'm conflicted. I don't know if I should apologize for changing his plans like that. But by the time we arrive at the mansion and I see his eyes light up in genuine interest, apologizing is the last thing on my mind. The whole affair with the Ermengarde mansion is certainly an interesting experience. The place had been renovated and restored by the owners to what they claim to be acceptable standards. The mansion itself looks like something befitting a fairy tale or a period piece. It is tastefully decorated, and with a little bit of love and attention, I'm sure it can be a place Luke and I can call home. And the number of other prospective buyers that have come from the powerful and wealthy of Luxborn certainly did not disappoint, marking this estate as prime property. The Lees are amongst the group who went with the Rose Woman, and I saw a few other notable faces, though I did not really feel like mingling. Unfortunately for every one of them, the Wrights are interested in buying. Wheel and woe. What? What's been bugging my mind, however, is that Isabel. What? What's going on? What is her problem? I still don't quite understand what is happening. One moment she's scrambling to give us the paperwork to finalize the sale. Then she's panicking over some sort of prank letter or another.
Dear me. Is Isabel alright?
It is apparent... Wait. Okay. For a second I thought in her head she called Isabella by the right name, but she says it as that. Girl's just not good with names. That's that's, I mean, that's not great, but you know. It is apparent with the way she shakes and by the pallor of her skin, something has really shaken her up.
Isabella, do you need me to call that ambulance?
I'm worried, but it will be best if she is attended to by someone more familiar to her, like her partner. Oh, she's worried. Oh, see, Hannah's not that bad. But even then, the girl refuses Rose's offered drink and looks just as about ready to make a run for it.
No, I'm just feeling a bit out of it.
Isabel.
Excuse me. I'll be back. I just need to catch my breath.
And she does, just as I predicted, and her partner follows her like a concerned mother. There's an awkward air among us as we are left in the wake of whatever that was. The others murmur and gossip with each other, speaking of the poor daft girl and telling the tale to whoever was who's not audience to the act in the first place. Why are you calling her daft? It doesn't take too long for the woman, Rose, to return and pull us aside into the study for what I rightfully assume is damage control. Rose invites Marianne in too, hoping to apologize to her as well. To Marianne. But the woman refuses, saying she is not one of her clients anyways. That leaves myself, Rose, and Luke, the last all too eager to make himself comfortable in a study he's no doubt already claimed as his own. Who is this in the portrait? Why is the exact same one outside?
I can't apologize enough about what just happened. Please forgive Isabella. She's been under a lot of pressure lately. She's young and all those rumors about this being haunted just got to her head. And it must be this terrible heat too.
Aww.
Not a drop of rain for days now.
Are you sure it is wise to just let her go like that? Where is the poor dear? She might get hurt.
Aww.
She's more likely to hurt somebody else, given what just happened.
Shut the fuck up.
I told her to sit down and take a break. Already rang someone to pick her up, too.
That might be for the best, dear. But please, we're here to talk about the mansion, yes? Why, I absolutely adore it. Don't you, Luke? Some of the rooms will certainly have to be repurposed. We want to change the appliances and have Marianne lead on the decor, but the whole thing is just lovely.
It says Marianne. At least it sounds like the same.
Yes, it's certainly a lot roomier than our penthouse.
Exactly. Lots of space for guests, parties, a lot of room for little ones to run around too.
Little ones.
Let's not discuss that right now, Buttercup. Anyway, I do think it would be a shame to let this mansion slip past us.
But you haven't even finished touring the house.
Well, we like what we've seen.
I am making her job easier for her, am I not? No need for loans or long price negotiations. We can just sign a contract and close the deal. Really, you'd think the woman would be more happy about an easy sale. I know how these estate agents worked, how long they had to wait, and how much... Actually, I said wait, and how much they had to spend even just for a single sale. Why, she should be jumping for joy by now. I'm sure the commission on this mansion is nothing to sneeze at, even if she has to split it with the Isabel girl.
Do you think we could have horses here?
Yes, those do sound nice, love. Anyway, if anyone else is interested in buying this property, I assure you that I'm able and willing to give a better offer.
A vineyard would be nice.
Oh
Or
my
maybe,
god. The adults are talking right now, Luke.
And we do reward our people quite generously, Rose. So if I were you, I would start on that paperwork.
Helicopter pad.
I pause, and there's a small moment of complete silence where Rose and I just stare incredulously at Luke. Good. It is an unspoken understanding, a rule between the two of us that we have to put on an act. With our social standing where image matters, it is also important to avoid making enemies. And to follow this rule is an easy feat for me. From youth I've been the well-trained social butterfly, gracious and graceful. Luke, on the other hand...
Oh wait, what, Luke? No, what? Whatever would we need a helipad for?
Luke, just... No, nothing else needs to be said, just... Luke... Well, he likes to play the fool sometimes, even if he's anything but. As he throws me a wry smile, I shake my head and beckon Rose over. Oh, it's all a fucking act? Or maybe that's just what Hannah wants to believe. I'm gonna just think he's a dumbass. That's okay. I don't need to be proven wrong. This is to be our home, and there's nothing else she or anyone else can do to change my mind. Need to know his story. I don't know if we'll get to know it. I'm gonna kill him off immediately. This is a place that speaks of power and importance, and at the same time of safety and comfort. Perhaps we can even have our family here. Wait, this looks kind of sus. Is this a door? There's definitely no better gift than this for our special date. Why, everything here is absolutely wonderful. Wah! Jesus fucking Christ, don't do that to me. Well, except for this ugly painting in the study. It looks like a bad fake of an Edvard Munch.
Here's the deal. I'm willing to pay 10% higher than your listing price.
Wait. She saw the paper, right? Does that mean that she actually saw the ghost? What? Or is the building actually cursed? Like the land itself is cursed? And even the previous owners saw the ghost, the demon lady, and painted it? Like it haunted them so much they had to paint it?
If anyone tries to outbid us, just add another 5%.
Sheesh.
I doubt anyone can, of course. Or, you know what? Just add 15% to the listing price, and we can sign all the paperwork now.
I guess, if that's what you want. That won't be any trouble.
The smile.
I don't have all the papers now. Didn't think this would be a quick sell. I'll have copies sent to you so you can look over them. And if you'd still like to finish the rest of the tour with Isabella's group, you're more than welcome to.
No, I think we're good here. We'd appreciate a private tour of the place a lot more, I think.
All right. Should I let Marianne in, then?
Marianne? Oh, right. She's been waiting outside the study this whole time, hasn't she? I'll need to have a little chat with her to move this little mansion project forward.
Please do.
There's a look of apprehension when the other woman enters the study. Yet, like a professional, I see the moment when she steels herself and masks her worry. Admirable.
We have this project, then?
Of course. Will you be needing anything from us?
Having the floor plans would be a great start, just so that I can look at them beforehand. And if you could tell me when you're available for a meeting so that I can include it in my calendar?
Oh, is a meeting really all that necessary, Marianne? I guess we can send Johans to help you out. You two can start by getting rid of this ugly painting.
A hush falls upon the room at my request.
What painting?
Oh my god, is it the mirror there? The mirror that I was like, is that a door? Oh my fucking god, my door like moved for a second. And lo and behold, the painting is gone. In its place, a mirror stands, which leaves me to look at my own confused expression.
Odd. Well, no matter.
She started seeing shit already.
Back to the topic at hand. Marianne, dear, we are simply far too busy to meet up.
Oh. You know what? I kind of don't mind Hannah. I'll free up my schedule. I'll make her have a good standing with other people. You know? I'll support Hannah. Luke, I will fuck him up so bad. It'll be so satisfying.
But I guess we can free up a day to meet with you.
Let's go.
I don't really need another Maudlin Monday reading about Maury anyway. The book club can function without me for one day. What time shall we be seeing each other? How does lunch sound?
I suddenly am craving like the Costco, the little chicken pot pie that you could buy at Costco. Besides, my house has a higher priority over book club. Why, we can hold the next meeting in this place. Surely the beauty and grandeur of it all will inspire spirited and lively debates about whether modern day writers could match up to the classics. Chicken bake. Oh no, the chicken pot pie from the ones that you just shove in like a microwave. Oh, okay, next time you go Costco. they're really good. I really want one right now. I might as well clear up the rest of my week to handle whatever affairs buying this mansion requires of me. Any social activity can be put off until the Armengarde, or rather, the Wrights Mansion's great debut. I'll have my fill of great parties and gatherings, especially when I organize them myself.
That sounds good. Although, with a project of this scope, we might need most of the day to tackle your concerns. A more thorough inspection of the place is also preferable.
Oh my god, they're gonna find so much fucked up shit.
Breakfast then! It's a date.
A date? Hey, Luke's not invited.
It's really not.
Sorry.
All right. Monday. 10 o'clock sharp.
Yeah, Luke's not invited.
We'll see you then.
Actually, Marianne suggested that we meet at 9, but who is even awake at that unholy hour? I was lucky enough to wake up this morning before Luke went all the way to Cardiff. We say our goodbyes, shake hands, and make it clear without outright saying it that we now own this house. By the time we left the mansion grounds, sunset is almost upon us.
So, you really want to buy this place then?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a big impulse buy, even coming from you.
What the fuck does that mean?
Not that I'm complaining.
Yeah, you better not. I feel elation when I hear those words from him. It's not every day one is able to please someone like Luke. He gives away false flattery to sway those who starve for his attention and approval. But in the privacy of closed doors, he would often express his grievances. He neither censored himself in front of me, nor spared me from his criticism.
You have been saying the penthouse was getting a bit too small for you. Happy anniversary!
Oh.
That time of the year already?
He forgot about it last year too. Girl, he's emotionally checked out. Just find someone better. You would be such an eligible bachelorette. You real quick, you could replace him. I understand that he's a busy man, but...
Is that why you want to buy it?
Yes. You don't like it?
I do. But I remember you used to talk about how you wanted to live next to the beach.
That's not very smart. Botany Bay, Kent. I remember the sea. Water that stretched on for miles and miles, as far as the eye can see. Rhymes. As a kid, I loved our beach trips, swimming all day as much as I could. I was a well-behaved child, and the only time I was ever truly difficult was when I refused to get out of the waters, even when my fingers had gone all wrinkly. And even when they managed to pull me out of the water, there was always sandcastles. The day before we married, I told Luke that I wanted a house on the beach and a dog. And a kid or two. None of those came true 7 years later.
That was a childish dream. Living next to the beach is so impractical if you really think about it.
This is true. It'll deteriorate. Not deteriorate, but like erosion and all that is real.
I don't know.
So,
it's not a bad thought to see you in a bathing suit every day.
What the fuck? The only nice thing he has said about Hannah the whole time is him complimenting her on her appearances.
Maybe another time, love. We still have forever, don't we?
Oh my gosh, she's blushing. He says nothing, only grabbing my hand and holding it tight as we spend the rest of the ride home in silence. Oh, girl, he's not for you. I miss the sea. Sick and hovering over the loo at 3 in the morning, the picture I paint right now is hardly glamorous. Okay, she's pregnant. A horrible fishy taste is left in my mouth as I throw up what I had for dinner, and I hate the acrid stench that fills the lavatory. The burning sensation at the back of my throat is of no help whatsoever. I feel another wave of nausea come up on me when the door opens.
Hannah, what are you doing so early out of bed?
I'm fine, love. I must have just eaten something bad.
Oh my gosh, she's pregnant. We can't have her... Demon child. That's all I managed to say before vomiting again into the porcelain throne. Lovely.
Just go back to bed, Luke. I'm going to clean up here.
I refuse to look at him. I don't want him to see me like this. The last time I've had a horrible morning retching into a toilet was during my college years, being the life of the party. Thoughtless and shameless, I had thrown away months to frivolous merriment and pointless hookups. I didn't even retain any of the connections I had made from that time. Sure, they still know of me, and I still know of them, and we still do business from time to time, but I've lost touch with anyone who I didn't see on a daily basis. I only have any of the friends I had when I was still Hannah Evans, teachers, fellow university students, drinking buddies, and old conquests like Jack.
No, don't touch me, sweetie. It's disgusting.
What? They were in bed. They're fully dressed. What? I thought they just, like, were sleeping.
I'm disgusting.
Oh no, Hannah. Luke sits down next to me on the toilet floor to hold my hair even as I cough up more fish. He wipes the vomit from the corner of my mouth and just stares.
Do I need to fire someone? I don't feel sick.
This is how the wealthy sleep. Luke actually looks like a nice guy here. I know. This Luke compared to this one, different people.
Just feeling a bit under the weather, dear. It's been unbearably hot as of late, hasn't it? I do wish it would rain.
Are you sure it wasn't those sweets? I told you not to eat those sweets.
Ew, don't laugh at her predicament while she's fucking throwing up. Dude, I would be so pissed.
Maybe. Well, don't laugh.
Well, I can't help if you make that sort of face.
This is pretty cute, and that makes me mad. He starts chuckling, and soon enough, he's in a fit of laughter. Ew, this doesn't look right. Especially knowing she was just throwing up. The scene happening next to a loo filled with sick just makes the whole thing bizarre, and it nearly makes me start giggling as well. I try to stifle it though, as I smack him on the shoulder.
I'm not making a face, Luke. Stop laughing. Shut up.
When he would not stop laughing, I let myself go as laughter bubbles from my own throat, and I forget whatever ill feelings plagued me. We were just husband and wife, laughing together at a funny face, the little things in life. I let myself go because I know that these moments will not last forever. But if I just know the terrible things that are to come for us, I would have wished with everything I have, then and there, that the laughter stayed. Oh. Oh, no.
Hiya! Come on now!
Oh, it's chronicling all their stuff. Okay. So before the movie, during the open house, Hannah pressured the real estate agents to sell her the mansion. The Wrights also met their interior designer. During the ride home, Hannah revealed that the mansion is her anniversary gift for Luke. Things seemed to be looking good until Hannah suddenly felt ill later that night. She should buy a beach house. Luke seemed down. Didn't he say he wanted like a vineyard and all that though? Or was that just him trying to like be dumb? Be comedic relief? The place is bustling with movers, carrying furnishings here and there, along with several trunks of personal belongings taken from our penthouse. Luke watches them like a hawk, making sure nothing is handled carelessly or gets stolen.
Careful now. I know your pictures are framed by cheap plastic, but those are framed by African Blackwood and are one-of-a-kind commissioned paintings.
Okay.
Each one is easily worth a lifetime of what you lot make.
Okay.
Luke, do the dishwashers go into the kitchen or the butler's pantry?
Pantry, Buttercup. Careful, that's a
That is mahogany.
No, you there, put that down. You do not manhandle a Napoleon Abueva.
I can see the exasperation, and I have to send the foreman an apologetic glance. Even Johannes rolls his eyes as he goes by. Considering Luke is always like this during a project, Johannes and I have gotten used to it. Poor Marianne, on the other hand, looks a bit stressed at seeing the gigantic mess before quickly going back to work. Everything just has to be perfect, exactly the way he wants it. One little thing out of place, one little thing that didn't fit the image he clearly constructed in his head, and Luke gets bent out of shape.
Sweetie, why don't we go and sort your suits upstairs? Let Johannes and Marianne and the foreman deal with the rest of the work.
We have this, Mrs. Wright.
Yes, please do go before a blood vessel bursts. Bloodstains are so troublesome to clean.
Taking him by the hand, I lead him upstairs into our bedroom. This place has been arranged first so that we can get some rest, no matter what state the rest of the mansion is in. I'm definitely glad I can just lie down on a soft, comfy bed after what has been a busy morning. Watching Luke act like his life depended on getting this move done is tiring all on its own. And to think I have a whole day of this ahead of me. I feel the bed dip beside me as Luke sits down with a sigh.
Well, I can't wait for this to be over.
I don't know. It's fun seeing you all fired up. Here at home and not at work, you know.
Aww.
You know I can't always be home, Hannah. I have a company to run, unless you've forgotten.
Hannah could do that too. Hannah could probably do your job and better.
I haven't forgotten. You're the one who insists on being
Yo.
there to make sure each and every little thing is under control.
Side characters are always the best.
I just really miss you
Aw.
sometimes, and I wish you were at home more often. Why, if you're not careful, I might go a bit loopy and I'll start bringing cats home.
Oh, not dogs.
And soon enough, one day you'll find yourself going home to a farm just filled with felines that follow you everywhere.
Oh, don't bluff. The things would shred up your precious furniture. Besides, you don't even like cats.
True, true. Dogs are infinitely superior, of course.
Yeah.
But
There we go.
what about the wet dog smell? The mess. I'm not cleaning up after a mutt, no matter how cute. If you think
Whatever,
about
dude.
it, a cat would be better.
Whatever, dude. We laugh. It's not always that we can just lie down and talk about these sort of things, to joke around as if we're teenagers again, with very little problem in way of responsibilities and roles. To hear his genuine, honest-to-goodness laughter is a rarity. This is just the second time as of late, and I can only see it as a sign of good things to come.
All good points. I guess we could just have kids. That is, if you prefer dealing with soiled nappies and sick as opposed to dead birds, mice, and litter boxes. I've already told Marianne about turning the second bedroom into a children's room.
I guess sometimes I don't know when I'm crossing a line. Shouldn't you guys have talked about, like, big important stuff like this before you get married? I didn't say that I am a good comedian, did I?
Not this again.
What the hell? What's wrong with you, Luke?
What? I wasn't being serious.
Aww, Hannah.
It's not something you take the piss out of. Having a kid is a big responsibility, Hannah.
Yeah. So I'm confused. Luke knows that Hannah wants kids, and he's... what?
We've talked about this, haven't we? I'm not ready to be a parent. I'd probably end up killing the little brat by the week's end.
Why is he looks sad, but he sounds kind of aggressive. It's really weird. At least he can admit his faults. Oh. Oh. Oh, I don't know. You'll be a great father, or apologize for bringing it up. You know what? I feel like he wants me to apologize, but I don't want plus points. But I also do not want to put in his brain that he'd be good at parenting. Sorry. Oh, it went down! Deserved. I feel guilty, uneasy even, about bringing this topic up. Be aggressive? Yeah, I don't want to be positive with him, but... And I don't think he'd be a good father, so I'm gonna just apologize. Even though I want to be like, fuck you. Hello? Go, please? Okay. This isn't the first time I brought it out there, considering we've been married for 7 years. But I should have learned my lesson. Talking about it has always gotten me disapproval. After all, this is one of the surefire ways to get Luke into a terrible mood.
I'm sorry, but I do think you...
Don't finish that sentence, Hannah. Just don't.
I'm so confused. The other option was to say that you think he'd be a good father, and now you were just about to say that you think he'd be a good father. What do you want, Luke, huh? What do you want?
We know how this discussion ends. Let's not fight over what ifs and if onlys.
Okay. Let's see.
Carly likes you well enough.
The mention of our little goddaughter places a conflicted look on his face. Sometimes it is cute when he denies having a soft spot for the little girl. But then sometimes it's sad, and it makes me wonder what would happen to make him think so poorly of himself in this regard.
Yes, well, it's Kylie. The tyke likes everybody and, on the off chance she doesn't, likes them well enough as long as they buy her sweets. And sure, that kid is great. But if I get tired of her, I can ship her back to her father at the end of the day.
Oh, so kind of an asshole.
Having kids of
He's
our
kind of
own
weird.
will be a whole different monster entirely.
Hannah does deserve to have a child. She literally does not need a husband. Which one should we stick with? Should I just stick with this one? I have never heard him talk about his father in anything but a business context. I recall Damien Wright. He kept hearing about him from my own father, even before I met Luke. Yeah. Thank you for your donation. And that's it. The business world praised him for running a tight ship, all until one mistake led to a great loss for the Enterprise. It was then the news of Luke Wright, Prodigy's son and successor to the old man, started to show up, and he aided in its recovery and growth up until the Great Recession. I'm getting a bit off track. Regardless, I've never heard him talk about his father like one would talk about family.
I think you'll be a great father.
Aw, there's a smile, no matter how half-hearted it may be. I do really think that. Do you really? Well, you know him better than us. You know him better than us, I guess. He might not be a good man. A part of me knows that, though I try to silence it. Whip him into shape. But I know Luke well enough that he will be a better father than either Damien Wright or Henry Evans. I love my father, but he never had the time.
If it is any consolation, I think you'd be a decent mother.
That's the closest thing she will get to a compliment from this man. Dump him. Girl, dump him. You'd be a great mom. On the other hand, I have never heard of his mother. I think Hannah would be a pretty good mom. I think Hannah would really spoil her kids though. Like, I feel like Hannah would need to learn how to also discipline her kids. A silence settles, both comfortable and uncomfortable. There's familiarity in each other's company despite the awkwardness that had transpired. Defenses and masked down without anybody else looking. We are both together and alone in this quiet. But a crash from downstairs startles both of us out of a reverie. Oh my god. Luke lets out a heavy sigh before coming up to his feet and straightening his jacket.
I'll have to attend to that then.
Be good,
All
darling.
right.
And watch out for your blood pressure.
Ew. He gives me a kiss on the cheek before leaving, while I lay there in a daze. Ew. Alone, as per usual. The right couple moved to their newly bought newly bought mansion today and was already preparing for a housewarming party. During a short break, the couple had a brief discussion about children. Luke didn't sound too welcoming to the idea. That's it? These children have no-nos. I really should be used to it by now. I can feel the minutes tick by with me just laying there, feeling miserable and full of self-pity. Oh, a ghost is gonna pop up. I can feel it. I rolled over to lie on my stomach at this point, with my face buried into the pillows when there's a knock at the door. Grumbling at them to go away doesn't work as a voice comes from the other side.
Madam, the photographer from Luxury Living is here.
Wait, is that today? Oh, yes. People had caught wind of our new mansion the very moment we left the open house. Luke had boasted he could acquire the property in no time and allowed a photo shoot for an interior design magazine to be scheduled today. Well, there were complications and it took longer than it usually does for us.
In a minute, Hansi.
Johannes, if you could at least make it through the end.
Tell them I'll be right down, Hansi.
The matching ground has been one of the first things to be fixed up, aside from the bedroom. Although it's still a work in progress, it had a promising start, and I can already see the flower patches. Luke's favored daffodils stand out easily, having been transplanted from the pots that used to litter the rooftop of our penthouse. Why, if the moving crew thought that Luke was being hard on them, they clearly didn't see the landscaper on his way out. The man looked like he was ready to faint, and Luke seemed ready to kill him by the end of their discussion. It is in the gardens that I see him standing near the flowers in quiet admiration. Oh, it's him! It's Zach. It's hard to miss the hulk of a man that clearly did not belong, and the big backpack and suitcase he has with him makes him look much larger. It is a peculiar sight, seeing someone who looks like he does handling little, delicate things with such care. He looks up from the gardens and does a double take before a friendly face replaces his serene expression.
Miss Wright, yeah? Hi, Zachary Steele here from Luxury Living, ma'am. Hope you weren't waiting too long. But it looks like you're still moving in, huh?
Does she not recognize him?
Thought for a second there my calendar was wrong and I came here too early.
You look familiar. Have we met?
I have a very wide social circle, so everyone looks familiar at one point or another. But one would think I remember someone who stands out like him. The struggle to recall must have been evident on my face as he kindly answers my question.
Oh, I was with Isabella, your estate agent, when she had the house blessed.
Oh yes, that's right. Small world, isn't it?
Should have known you were Ms. Wright.
The one and only. Welcome to Maison de Wright.
Okay.
And yes, we've been in the process of moving in as we were delayed, but it won't be a problem. They're just adding a few things here and there, and you should still be able to do your work. Where's the rest of your crew then, Mr. Steele?
Zach is fine, please. Mr. Steele makes me feel like I'm a mascot for a cleaning product. Anyway, I'll be your one-man crew for today. Don't worry, been doing this gig for a while now.
Yeah. Oh. Something happened.
You must be quite the veteran to handle this on your own. We've had a full crew coming into our penthouse the last time we were covered in your magazine.
Veteran? Oh, your words are too kind, Miss Wright.
Hannah, if I get to call you Zach, you have my permission to call me Hannah.
Alrighty then. Anyway, I'm no veteran, but I know my camera well enough to make sure this is a good shoot. You can trust me on that, Miss Wright. Hannah.
Monsieur le photographe. His kind. Oh, I totally. Zachary proves quickly enough that I can in fact trust him. His skills with the camera and experience in this industry at the very least. He is kind and courteous, listening and following as I lead him around the house. A really nice fellow, and he treats our household staff well whenever we cross paths with them. I answer his questions to the best of my ability, and he is patient enough to answer mine whenever I get curious enough. Oh, Isabella. You're talking about Isabella? Not sure. If Isabella wasn't okay, Zachary probably would not be chillin'. Also, are they not gonna talk about how fucking Luke literally just called Zach a whole ass slur? That's fair, that's fair. For one, I ask what the bags are for. They're quite the magician's toolkit. We just don't look at Luke, we don't talk about Luke. From inside, he had procured several items to embellish the interior with. Bowls of fruits, lemons, trays with pepper mills, stacks of cookbooks, cutting boards, and glass canisters filled with colorful nuts and grains are brought in for a kitchen set. Oh my god, he's prepared. For the bathroom, there are white towels, seashells, and decorative soaps. There are other things as well, too numerous to count, all in that large backpack and suitcase.
Tricks of the trade. Softens up a room, makes a place feel more homey, and fills it up with texture. But you guys probably have better stuff I can use for this.
No lights. Don't tell me all of these are just props.
Well, I've got my tripod here. For things like these, natural light is best. I'll just have to set the shutter speed to a real slow setting, and as long as nobody steps into the shot, it'll look great.
Oh, it better.
We go through the rooms one at a time, although we first tackle the ones that the movers have no business in anymore. Whoa. The ballroom needs a little preparation with its grand design, although there is some trouble at first with the wide open space and the pictures being backlit. It is in the kitchen that Zachary's props come in handy. Considering how Johans kept the place so neat and sterile, one can practically eat off the floor. Ah, the murder kitchen. We carry on touring the house and taking pictures where we can, with exceptions to the rooms which have yet to gain any purpose or design. Too bad I can't take a sneak peek at his photos yet. Funnily enough, he is using a traditional camera. I didn't even know film still existed. With the way he speaks, however, I can see that he knows enough about his craft that I'm not too worried about botched photographs. I imagine photography must be cathartic for him, judging by how at ease he looks while taking pictures. There are small snippets of conversation in between the clicking of the camera. He even goes far as to talk about these terminologies like shutter speeds and aperture when I ask about the technical aspects. I can't quite see the picture as it is made, much like when I watch artists paint on their canvas. But just watching someone passionately practicing their craft such as this is exciting in its own way. Going through the many rooms has been quite the exercise for the both of us. Despite that, he has been so nice and I find myself putting on my best smile. Oh, this is cute. Oh my god, Hannah is so pale. But it is as we're taking pictures in the foyer that everything comes to a standstill for a moment. Just a moment. And had I not been paying attention, I wouldn't have even noticed. It is merely a split second when Zachary's rhythm is put to a halt. Oh my god, ghosts? His finger doesn't move to release the shutter. Yet he still doesn't pull the camera away from his face, gaze still firmly fixed through the viewfinder. Oh my god, you guys have to believe her now. You have to believe Isabella. His hands shake and there's a light sheen of sweat on his forehead.
Zachary?
No response.
Zach, is something the matter?
What? She looks like she's being moved too. Knowing his camera, he blinks and stares at something behind me before shaking his head. Turning around, though, I see nothing that could have gotten his attention.
Oh no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something I saw.
Yeah, would it have shown up if he took a picture?
Let's get back to the pictures.
Shit, that's good. That was a good one.
Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
I struggle to respond this time. There's a sudden weight on my back and an indescribable tightness around my throat. Is it back? Everything stops. And everything starts again as I manage to choke out.
If you're sure.
I don't know what just happened. It was probably just a dizzy spell. I'm fine. And he said he's fine. We continue at the same pace as before, although there's an unspoken agreement that we will not talk about what happened.
So, is this a full-time job for you then?
Nah, I just freelance mostly, for magazines, newspapers, and events. So you can't really call it a full-time job. It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least, not all the time.
What is it that you want to do then?
Movies? Maybe I've been out of line, sticking my nose into other people's business, but I can't help but ask. I regret doing so as I see his shoulder slump and the easygoing air he has fades away. He looks torn over whether he wants to talk about it or not.
Films. Documentaries mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? I was working on this thing, actually.
What thing?
Well, it wasn't really a big thing. People didn't like Blue Fonzie very much.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Very funny.
So, Grand Director, do you want to tell me what Blue Fonzie is all about?
He hesitates, but when I refuse to budge on the matter, he gives in and spills it all out. Blue Fonzie. Not gonna try. I'm not gonna try. Dark blue, the darkest hours of the Black British. He speaks with passion of one who has gone through the very matter he's concerned with. There's conviction, knowledge, and experience in his speech. Why, I would have told him that he's an amazing speaker if only I wasn't so engrossed listening. Prejudice and discrimination in schools and in the workplace. Lesser chances for opportunity and higher chances of being treated like a criminal. He spoke... I don't like saying it like this, because I feel like most of the time that I hear people talk in that way is like really harsh. And people of color in general still being treated like second-class citizens. All because of the color of their skin. It is all just positively riveting. And sad. It comes to a point wherein he soon loses steam. He looks abashed, realizing what he had just done.
Sorry, I just got so carried away and...
It's fine. It is really so fascinating to
Zach
watch
is
people
literally
talk
the
about
best
their
character
passion,
because I
after
feel
all.
like he blends in so well with the other characters.
You should see how your eyes light up when you speak so fiercely. You do have very beautiful eyes.
Oh, Hannah. Hannah. Oh my god, by the end of this, I wonder what the list is gonna look like.
Uh-huh. Thanks, I guess.
I want to say that I understand where he's coming from, but I really don't, do I? I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, and I've lived a charmed life. It hasn't been perfect, but the difficulties I've been through pales in comparison to what others experience on a daily basis. I certainly don't know how I would have fared were it any different. Would I still have met Luke, and would he still have loved me if I was any lesser?
What was your home like? These things you talk about. It sounds like you've... Well, I don't mean to pry, I mean.
Live with my older sister and my grandparents. We had a shop selling all sorts of things below our flat. And well, I was one of the few non-white, non-British students in class.
Oh, that makes sense. I was like, because this film is about being a black British person, but I was like, he doesn't have a British accent.
I didn't get pushed around or anything straight up. Even then, I was one of the biggest kids around, but a pencil and notebook would go missing, you know?
Oh, that I knew. Children can be so cruel at times. Of course, it may be a slightly different story when you have personal guards, and the stolen item is not a pencil, but an expensive heirloom.
So what about you? How you liking your new house? It's pretty impressive.
It's nice, I suppose.
You suppose? Not big enough?
What? No, oh, don't be a bully. It's just that...
I understand if you don't want to talk about it.
I was a little girl, all dolled up and treated like fragile porcelain, with nursemaids waiting to me hand and foot. All the material possessions anyone could ever want, I could ask for on a whim, and it would be handed to me just like that. But I barely saw my parents, just goodbye kisses in the morning before they went off to who knows where they were needed to next. I saw them more often on the telly or in the papers than I ever did in person.
I remember my old house. It was a lot like this one. Big walls and big halls, but nobody in it. Not really.
In it.
It makes you think how alone you are.
Is that why she wants a kid? Because I don't know if that's a good reason to want a kid. A pensive mood overcomes us. And there's a moment where neither of us are sure how to go from there. Why does she choose to live in this massive house? That's a good question. I think she really only did it for Luke because she's always seeking people's validation, right? So she's like, if I buy this house for Luke, he will love me. Things have gotten a bit too personal, yet it isn't wholly uncomfortable, like as if we've been friends before.
Well, that's normal, ain't it? You just moved here. You'll make home out of it yet.
Aw, Zach is so nice. He certainly makes it easy to believe that. My childhood house is indeed a lot like this one. Just as large and extravagant. And just as empty. I hope he's right.
So, Monsieur le Photographe, you've covered the one and only Ermengarde Mansion. What's next on the agenda?
The interview?
Boring. It's an interior design and housing magazine.
And they want to know what Miss Wright has to say about her interior design and house.
Honor Wright thinks she bought a magnificent house that she can certainly brag about. Blah, blah. Boring. You know what they should print more of? I watched an interesting documentary the other day. Bleu Foncé, the darkest hours of the Black British. I recommend you watch it.
She didn't even watch it. She's...
Those are the things that people should know about.
See, Hannah's not bad.
What do they care if I use a purple or green bowl of fruit in my kitchen?
How did she end up with Luke?
People, right?
Luke does not deserve Hannah. You know who deserves Hannah? I don't know, literally anyone else.
Oi, people are shite. What do you think? Do I look good with this angle?
I struck a pose when he's being busy, looking taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting me to just go and say such a crass word. But he recovers quickly, and after snapping a few shots, he grins.
Yeah, vous êtes belle. You want copies of these ones?
Yes, please. So, the big boy knows French.
She's blushing. Is she hitting on...
You You must have wooed a few ladies. Unless you're into gents. Either way, French is, after all, the language of romance.
Honestly, I felt a little something between Hannah and Marianne too. But Hannah can't even get Marianne's name right.
Oh, I don't know about quoting fancy poetry.
Honestly, her and Zach have better chemistry than her and Luke.
But I've made lunch for a girl before, and they did like that fancy French cuisine.
Can you cook your best?
What?
I can cook just about anything as long as I know the recipe.
C'est magnifique.
Okay, girl. Okay. It's been too long since I've had a nice and proper chat with a good friend. No, Lee is certainly not a good friend. And although we've just met, Zachary is the sort who can probably befriend anyone. True, this is true. He's just a comfortable person to be around with. A bit too comfortable. The photo shoot went by a breeze. And somewhere along the way, as we talk and laugh, I find myself getting a bit too close without realizing. Girl. He'll give me the strange look until I back off, and he'll go back to asking questions after I agree to do his little interview. He's like, boundaries? Please? And it's just odd. Well, no. Me being friendly isn't that odd. That is how I am. Zachary's the one that's being odd. Why, anyone else would absolutely welcome the extra attention I give them. He, on the other hand, looks almost flustered about it. He should be used to different personalities by now, having to deal with various people when he works. And if not, he needs to start. Perhaps nobody has shown him attention of this kind, but he's a big boy. He should be able to handle... What? All it is a friendly touch here, a pretty smile there, and gentle swaying of the hips as I move around. Oh, what? Okay. Zachary grew more red every time he noticed. Am I being mean as I find enjoyment in seeing him unravel? Oh my god, Matt is just trying to work though. Perhaps. This went on during the interview and beyond that. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing, right? Zachary and I are just having a playful, friendly chat while enjoying the outside view. At least that's how I see it.
I'm sorry, but I'm really getting distracted. Could you maybe stop doing that?
Stop. I'm not sure if I want to, though. You know what? I think you should stop. He's just doing his job. You know? Yeah. Wait. Okay, so far, it seems like the top option is always plus points and the bottom one is minus. And I do want her to have better relationship with other people because I feel like Hannah deserves like proper people to be around. That's okay, I saved, right? I saved. Yeah, okay. No! We're going back. I should have listened to my gut.
I'll stop if it makes you uncomfortable, sweetie.
I should have listened to my gut.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry if you're uncomfortable. You have a right to say.
No, I should be the one apologizing. Why, you're a shy one, aren't you, big guy?
It's not that, but...
He gestures to the ring on my finger and lets the fact of the matter hang heavily between us. Being told implicitly that I am too forward is not a common occurrence. I think I'm more stunned at the fact that he pointed it out rather than, well, being rejected. Not that anything is going to happen between us in the first place. It was just going to be some harmless flirting, right?
So, you've never had a girlfriend?
No. No boyfriend either. You know, just in case you were gonna ask for that one next.
Are they the same age? I think so. Okay. Okay, I think... Okay, 26. Oh. I'm gonna assume he's actually closer to Isabella's age. 26. Oh, I mean, in the same age range at least.
And you haven't even had your first kiss?
Not a one, ma'am.
Do you want to have your first kiss today?
Whoa. Whoa, Hannah. Whoa. Put it on a little thick here. I mean, Luke deserves you leaving him, but whoa. This must be so fucking wild to Zach. You don't scare the poor man. I can't help it. Oh, please look at Zach. He's so concerned. I really, really can't, and I'm going to apologize lots later. Surely by the catty smile on my face, it is obvious I'm just pulling his leg. I sure hope it's obvious. Zach is me for real. The laugh I feel like contains certainly gives it away if it still isn't obvious. But still he lights up in embarrassment, stammering and sputtering objections.
You're married, and this will be extremely unprofessional.
Oh, don't do this to Zach. Oh my god.
I never said I would kiss you, silly.
Don't act fucking coy, Hannah.
Oh, Johans!
No! What? No, no! Don't call your butler. She's Hannah!
Aww.
That would be for the better. I don't think his husband would appreciate it if I made him kiss another man.
Hannah, don't
I
do
do not think he can hear us from here either.
Oh my god. I'm surprised Luke hasn't called Johans a slur. I fucking hate Luke. I'm already assuming the worst in him.
But it is hard to think you're not taken, Zachary. Why, whoever becomes your girlfriend will be so lucky to have you.
True,
you can cook
this
and
is
take wonderful
true.
photographs, wonderful meals, and wonderful memories.
I can play guitar too.
Amazing. Amazing. Okay, Zach. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Watch Luke become our #1 at the end of this? I don't know, man. He's got a lot of redeeming to do.
You can. Oh my. Wonderful serenades as well, then.
Oh my god.
Perhaps I can find a young lady who deserves a fine, strapping young gentleman like yourself.
It's okay, Hannah. Just divorce Luke. It's that easy.
Let's not get carried away. Besides, I gotta be going. It's getting late and I got someplace else to be.
A shame. I will be expecting you again soon, I hope. For a copy of my photographs, yes?
Exchange numbers or emails or something. I don't know.
Of course. I'll even deliver them personally. Just, you know, don't try to make me kiss your butler when I drop by.
That's fair. That's fair. That's right. What happened? The very moment the words leave his mouth, Johans comes out of the house. Judging by the slight raise of his eyebrows, he heard only the tail end of the sentence.
There shall be no kissing of any butlers under this roof. Danke.
But you are not under a roof, are you, Hansi?
To my amusement, he takes a step back, safely placing him within the threshold of the foyer and under the roof of the house. He's my favorite. So, #1 side character. Mostly because Rose died. #1 side character for me. And just as ever, he's quick to return with a sardonic reply.
I am now. As I was saying, madam, it's about time for supper. Will I be needing to set an extra place at the table?
Oh, dude, I don't know if...
Oh, what? No, I was just leaving, actually.
If we kick Luke out, we can have Zach take his place.
So, you have a good night, Hannah. And you too, Hansi.
It was nice to meet you, Zach, honey. You have a safe trip.
Oh my god, that's true. He doesn't know Johans' actual name. Oh wait, no, he does. It's because they're also nice. They're nice people. He nods and the grin on his face as we say our goodbyes, the sweetest I have ever seen. I linger, looking out for him with his relatively tiny bicycle, backpack safely secured in the basket by the front, and suitcase hooked to the back. Dang. I watch as he went down the path back to Anselm Village until he's nothing more than a blip in the horizon. He bikes. Dude, he must have the world's strongest... He has legs of steel, because he's Zachary Steel. Oh my god. Oh my god. I kind of hope the small smile on my face as I go inside for supper. Whew. That was fun. We got a little spooky stuff happening. That was fun. Hannah met Zachary Steele, a freelance photographer from Luxury Living, an interior design magazine. Zachary was tasked to interview Hannah and to take pictures of the mansion and its new owners. What should have been a professional meeting ended up being friendly and perhaps too personal. Okay. It's night. Time for the spooky, scary skeleton. It is dark. For a moment, I thought that electric work is not up to par, but that is clearly not the case, as every other room is bright with artificial light. Finding a light switch is a monumental task, considering the size and my unfamiliarity with the room. To make matters worse, the darkness grants the room a different atmosphere, eerie and frightening. It takes longer than I thought to find the switch, something that will have to be rectified later on. My skin starts to prickle, and there's a distinct feeling of being watched. Oh no. Oh no. It unsettles me and only spurs me on in my search. And when I do open the lights, there's a hiss.
I'll turn the lights down, woman!
Oh my god. Green juice? What the hell are you drinking? Huh? There at the end of the hall is my beloved husband with his face in one hand and a glass in the other. Perhaps I can let it go if it's only one glass of wine. I don't know, man. He seems already fucking wasted. However, I can feel myself go livid after seeing the toxic green liquid gleam mockingly at me.
Luke, what? Are you drinking absinthe? You know what the doctor said. Absinthe, Luke.
What? What the hell is that?
Are you actively trying to kill yourself?
She looks so scary.
Because if you are, we can just hit you with a bloody car.
Honeybee, Buttercup, not too loud, please.
What is absinthe?
Besides, it's Lelouch, not too strong. Just hair of the dog that bit me. Helps with a hangover, dearest.
Hangover?
You drank? When?
This morning, love. Don't be mad.
What do you mean, don't be mad?
I just needed a few drinks, having to deal with those simpletons. And maybe I had one too much.
Absinthe is illegal.
You don't see me whinging about you leaving me to handle them on my own.
I had to attend the photo shoot and interview with Luxury Living. You know that.
Oh my god. Hallucinogenic and oh my god. Oh my god.
Let's not make this about me, Luke.
Drinking absinthe straight is not recommended because the green distilled spirit has a powerful flavor and high alcohol content. This man's about to die.
This is about
not even
you
from the
and your
ghost or
drinking
anything.
problem and...
Just from his own alcoholism.
Oh, I don't know, Hannah, darling. What if my drinking problem, as you like to call it, is linked to you?
You did not. No fucking way. You're done. I'm ending you myself.
If we think about it that way, this discussion is about you.
You're dead to me.
That was pretty mean of you, leaving me alone to do all the work like that.
And she should just leave you, period.
You can't use the interview as an excuse either, honey. I was informed the moment your little interview was done. So, what was it then, What were you doing?
Huh? What's it gonna be? Should I tell the truth or tell a lie? I was with Zachary. I'm not even gonna save the game. I'm owning up to it. I was with Zachary.
I was talking with Zachary, the photographer for Luxury Living.
Oh, good. You didn't like that? Good. Good. I don't like you. Fuck. I have never hated a character so much. I have no reason to tell lies. It's not like I'm guilty of anything. But as Luke's expression turns, he makes me feel like I actually am to blame for something. No, you're not. This is on him. He has a way of making me laid bare with just a look. He's a full-grown adult. If he has a problem, he should just fucking say it. That had really struck me when we first met years ago.
That giant... You were having a secret meeting behind my
Holy
back and
shit.
it was with him?
Is this allowed?
What are you implying?
I'm implying nothing. I'm just worried. You know better than to trust those media types, Buttercup.
It's not what it
You must
sounds
have
like.
been really friendly to occupy your time like that. but all he's looking for is his next big headline.
He's a photographer for an interior design magazine.
Doesn't matter. You let one little thing slip, one wrong move, and it'll blow up in the telly in the morning.
He's also the best character in this game.
He'll go to his journalist friends to gossip and make a quick quid.
His eyes were the first thing I noticed about him. They were like nature, the grass and the trees, wonderful and breathtaking. Now as I look at him, they're nothing but the same shade of green as the bloody... I can't talk. The bloody down drink in his hand.
He was a perfect gentleman, Luke.
Yeah, Luke.
I can't say the same for you as of recent.
She's falling out of love with him. Good. That's what we want.
Excuse me again? We're talking about you, Hana.
No. I am pretty sure we were talking about you and your drinking problem, Luke, right?
Hangover forgotten during the course of this little spat. The man jumps to his feet and seethes. It looks like he's barely stopping himself from throwing the nearest thing he can find. Ew.
Oh, it is not a problem. I can stop whenever I want. And even if it was, I think you can very well stay out of it, as it only affects my own kidneys or liver or whatever the bloody hell that shite pollutes.
You know what? This is fine. I think Hannah could just stop worrying about it. If he wants to drink himself to death, hey, that's fine with me.
Whatever aftermath that occurs because of your little chit-chat with the affects the both of us, however.
I will kill Luke myself.
Look, Luke, nothing will happen.
Hannah, stop letting him talk about Zach like that.
You have to relax. It was just a friendly chat.
I need him to fucking stop.
Well, now I think I'm getting jealous.
Good.
Or I would be if it weren't for this damn headache.
Maybe you
Perish.
should drink more.
Yeah. Perish, Luke.
Maybe.
Go ahead. Supper is spent in silence with nothing but the occasional sound of silverware. A grand feast has been served. Well, grander than usual anyway. Most likely due to Luke's complaints of stress. Oh, that looks good. A platter of native oysters for starters, and purple sprouting broccoli, lemon capers, and anchovy sauce for mains. I don't know how to speak English. Hello. To finish it all off, black tea and golden syrup sponge pudding with custard. Oh, that looks so good. I'm hungry now. Ew, what's that noise? But when our appetites are appeased and the plates are cleared away, Luke stands, kisses me goodnight, and leaves me to stare at my half-empty cup. Oh, that's what the noise was. The kiss? That was gross. Don't fucking do that to Hannah. Don't touch Hannah. Stay away. Lonely in the lull of night, I sit in a house too big, too empty, foreign, and unwelcoming. Do they not have, like, servants and stuff around? Also, I'm gonna save because now I'm scared. Even with its warm tone and homely decor, it feels cold. There is no need for tears, however. I know I can get through this like every other obstacle I've faced before. This is a minor setback in what I hope will be a long and happy life. To remind myself that this place is for Luke and for our future children fills me with a renewed vigor. The ghost should sit back and watch. It's like a drama. True. If they were bored being in this house by themselves, like, all they need to do is just watch whatever the fuck this is going on. Besides, it looks like someone is having a cry already. The wailing is far away and up. Oh, I fucking know. Do they not have servants around? Yeah, at the same time, it shakes me to my very core as I hear it. As if the suffering is just standing right beside me. Oh, it probably is. What if they have, like, staff going missing? Hearing it sends a chill down my spine and makes my skin prickle with goosebumps. Who is that? I'm gonna drink water first before I, like... Who is that? Oh god. I'm a save. I mean, not save. What the hell is this? During supper, Hannah found Luke drinking absinthe, and this caused an argument. While Hannah was angered by her husband's drinking problem, Luke was suspicious of his wife's activities, having not seen her the whole afternoon despite finishing Luxury Living's interview early. Then there was this crying woman. The murder kitchen. Curiosity sinks in as I follow the sorrowful sound into the kitchen and into the wine cellar hatch.
Hello? Is anybody down there?
I'm curious and concerned, but there's no way I'm going down in the dark and humid underground. I'm not as enthusiastic as Luke, who considers himself quite the connoisseur. However, I also cannot bring myself to go to bed with this racket going on. Yet, someone to go with you. If his one in the household help, they will surely need some talking. After all, this wouldn't be the first time I've gone and found one of the maids sobbing their eyes out over one thing or another. As professional as our staff are, they are still human. Oh, see, Hannah's so understanding. More often than not, it was either Johans or I who'd calm them down, who'd help them figure out how to go on about things. Unfortunately, I'm not in high spirits now, so I'm not as wholly benevolent. So I will... we will call them out. I knock 3 times. Waiting for any sort of reply yields me no results, and I've already touched the floor hatch far too many times than what I'd like. I take a deep breath before reaching out again to whoever's inside. I've learned from experience that people respond better to kindness than threats. Shouting angrily would not help in coaxing them.
You, in the cellar, do come out. We don't want Luke waking up and finding you in there, do we?
Oh my god.
That man would go ballistic thinking someone was trying to steal his precious wine.
Still nothing.
You can have a good cry. Just not in there, yes? Why don't you come out here and we can have a cuppa and you can tell me all about whatever it is you're bawling about?
I'm scared. With how long I'm standing here, however, I'm starting to think myself as a fool. I did not want to acknowledge the other feeling I have, especially as the wailing took an eerie turn. The thought of being played with didn't sit too well with me, and I had to stop myself from getting too hot-headed as I try one more time.
Now you come out of there! That is an order from the lady of the house, do you hear me? Why, I ought to...
Oh my god, something's gonna happen. I freeze as a hand clamps down on my shoulder. The dread I've been feeling all this time makes itself known as I kneel unmoving, not even daring to breathe. I know for once we need Luke. I can feel my heart pounding against my chest. But the touch is gone, as quickly as it had seized me. Oh god. It is only Johans I see when I look back. Oh, thank god. Even better than Luke, it was Johans.
Apologies, madam, for touching you like that.
Apologies, madam, for touching you like that. Oh, he already said it. So I'm so stressed. This game's actually really good at making it tense.
You were not responding to my voice, and you looked about ready to wake the whole mansion up.
I'm sorry. I was getting rather loud, wasn't I? But that crying woman in there, we must do something about her.
It'd be kind of wild. It only affects the people that read the letter. What happens if a ghost gets them while they're with other people? Do they get, like, spirited away? Like, you turn around, turn back, they're just gone? He grows silent for a moment and just looks concerned. At least I'd like to interpret it as concern, given how stoic our head butler usually is. I think you make sure to not do it while others are... Because it scared Isabella when they were just out walking on the street. Or rather, must have been concerned, as he takes off a glove and presses the back of his hand at my forehead before his worrisome inquiry. That's true. Gotta break them down mentally before you break them down physically.
I beg your pardon. What crying woman? Are you feeling well, madam?
In the cellar? Can't you hear her?
Madam, Hannah, no one is down there.
What?
The cellar is locked. Only Luke and I have duplicates of the keys. Nobody is down there.
Oh. I stare at him in disbelief. But when I listen once more, I hear no crying. Tugging at the hatch for good measure to prove his words to be true, too. I wonder what would have happened if she went down. Oh. You wanna look? You wanna? we can do it right now. You curious? Get a good stretch. Let's do it. Oh, now I'm scared. I don't know if I want to do it. I may not be going down, but there's no point in talking through closed doors. Or hatches in this case. The thing refused to budge at first until there's a soft click and it easily swings free. As I lift up the hatch and look down to the cellar, a sense of uneasiness washes over me. Oh, fuck! It isn't just the sudden onset of vertigo and nausea, but also the darkness. I know if she goes in, we wouldn't have to look at this. Okay, you ready? It's suffocating. And as I look down, it feels as if it's looking back at me. I worry that something will suddenly pull me into the deep. Fuck. I can hear her whispering. Help me. Calling for me. I know, at least something stopped. She wants me. Oh, she wants me. Needs me. She wants to drown me, pull me down, suffocate me in her embrace until I sink to the bottom. Okay, Hannah. A deep abyss waits, inviting yet foreboding. She's calling to me from in there, isn't she? And I do want to help, I do. But the shadows threaten to creep out and a feeling of apprehension keeps me in place. Already it paints the room in a darker light. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. There's a lurching sensation and the feeling that follows after is hard to explain. Oh fuck. It feels like I'm watching myself from the sidelines, a spectator to my actions or lack thereof. I will myself to snap out of this detached feeling, to move, to do anything except stare at myself. And for a moment I see the look of fear in my own face. I'm back in my body, but the hook in my stomach is no longer the only one. There are hooks everywhere, tearing and pulling at my skin, flesh, and bones. They pull at me in every direction and it hurts. It hurts so much, but I just can't bring myself to scream out.
Help me.
Oh. I wake from a deep slumber. It takes a while, but the fog that has settled in my head and with my heavy limbs. That was quick. That was the quickest QTE. But soon enough I managed to look around. I'm in our bedroom already, although I do not recall going here. Luke slumbers beside me, looking peaceful and angelic. It doesn't matter. I'm safe and I feel better than ever. Tomorrow, better days will come. Huh? Yeah, nah, we're going back. We're going back. I know. Maybe she passed out. And Johans found her. The thing won't budge unless I had a key, short of using power tools on it.
Perhaps it is time for you to go to bed, madam.
Yeah. I think maybe it'll be worse if she experiences more ghost stuff.
You are simply tired and hearing things, a perfectly normal human experience.
I don't know about that, man.
But if you are still experiencing auditory hallucinations in the morning, you are free to consult with me.
I don't think busing this house did anything. There's a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach as he helps me up to my feet. What he says makes sense, and who am I to question someone who used to be a doctor? Ooh. Nice. Man, Johans is stacked. I am just tired, that's it. Long day of moving, the interview, dealing with Luke, that has all drained me of any proper sense.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I just need some sleep, that's all.
Of course I'm right. Go on then. Gute Nacht.
Good night, Johans. Good night, house.
It's just fatigue. That's what I keep telling myself, although I can't ignore the strange feeling in my gut. Either there's something wrong with this house, or there's something wrong with my head. Sleep will be elusive tonight. Luke is already gone by the time I rise. There isn't a single hide nor hair of him to be found, and trying to call him on his mobile is a bust, as it only goes straight to his voicemail. That's twice in a row he's gone on me. And for him to disappear today of all days is every bit upsetting because of what's to come. The morning is once again filled with a whirlwind of activity. Fortunately, I am much more refreshed as I took a break from my responsibilities. I haven't the faintest clue where Luke was yesterday. Today is going to be a busy day, although unlike Wednesday, the master of the house isn't here right now, absent once again from his duties. Hopefully he'll be back in time for the party. Oh my god, what if Luke gets got? What if Luke was got? This is our house after all. A grand housewarming party for the wonderful Wright mansion. Every person of importance from Luxborn is invited, and there will be a few guests flying in as well. I know, seriously, bye. Good. Of course, there will be some people from the media, along with friends and acquaintances who are made no less important, regardless of their status in society. Marianne and I discussed business and last-minute touches to the house before finalizing everything. Not that there is much change from our original plans. Bar any huge additions to the property itself, the mansion is nearly 100% complete.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
Well, I can't take all of the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the Wright mansion.
Blushing. I'm saving. Oh, no.
There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
Luke and I had a small tiff about making the second bedroom into a child's playroom, which I insisted is completely practical. In the end, he had to acquiesce. I didn't give him any choice in the matter. I even bought this wonderful wooden crib from the antique store yesterday, including some toys. Just in case anyone brings their baby, of course. Besides, we have little need for actual guest rooms. We hardly have guests who spend the night. If we absolutely have to, we often choose to foot the bill for their visit on one of our hotels instead. Always at Luke's own insistence. And on the off chance that we actually let someone stay, the bedroom is in the opposite wing is still up to the task.
Oh, no. We proceed with that room as planned. I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
I know, true. No, I did not agree to him having a helipad. Oh my god. He actually wanted one?
Alright then. Well, do we have any other concerns? Anything we need to put on our agenda before the party commences?
No, I don't think so. Not unless Luke has anything else to say.
Is he around then? It'd be best if we can note down his requests right away, considering the scope of his usual ones.
Around? No. Where is he? Who knows where? I don't.
No, he's not around.
Is he dead? She didn't have to point out the obvious now, did she? After 7 long years, I'd already gotten used to him. I should be by now. Still not, apparently.
But don't you have a party?
I want nothing more than to complain, to whinge about how unfair this is. However, airing out one's dirty laundry is simply taboo among high society. To do so will make you a ripe target for the next dinner party chit-chat. Vultures, the lot of them, really. Or most of them, at least. There are always good ones like Rochelle Lee. But put your trust in the wrong person and you'll find yourself eagerly picked apart.
Yes. But Luke's just being a sweetie, you see. That friend he's visiting, he's having marital problems and he's just trying to cheer him up.
Perhaps I am being a bit too rash, a bit too hot-headed in divulging details. But I thought myself clever with the plan to dress it up as gossip. Marianne's raised brow makes me unsure whether she is interested or not. Although that does make things better if she has no interest and therefore has no hidden intent to utilize whatever I might say to her.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit a... how do they say it? A rough patch. His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband. But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long that they've lost that romantic spark.
Not obvious at all.
What do you think?
You were asking for my personal opinion on the matter, ma'am? Do you want me to be honest, or...
Yes? Let me say. Be honest with me.
Be honest with me, Marianne.
Real
I don't
talk.
need someone to sugarcoat it.
Yeah, why not?
I'm not some fragile thing that I'm just going to break down at the slightest thing.
About your friend, though, right? She hesitates, taking a sip of her coffee while I stare into my own cup of tea. The silence stretches on, and I almost believe that she will never answer my question. I suppose that I shouldn't blame her, putting her in a tight spot like this. Her hesitation is understandable, though I loathe to admit it. She simply wants this whole thing to stay professional. But then she speaks.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
No, how could you tell? It's my turn to hesitate now. I really didn't expect such a straightforward question. And to get to the heart of the matter, I suppose I'm not as clever as I like to think. Or is it really that bad that an outsider could see our little marital troubles? Surely we aren't that obvious, are we? We put up the act of a perfect couple for years, although it hadn't always been an act. Marianne is just more keen than the average person, of course. It is a necessity to her career, and she's been working so closely with us. Yes, that's it.
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle.
Oh, okay.
But if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else.
True. Leave him.
Someone who won't even give him the time of the day.
Leave him.
Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself. Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone. That's just my 2 pence worth, of course.
So you're saying they should divorce?
Nothing as drastic as that.
Well, I'm saying they should divorce.
If they're afraid that it might lead to just that, then maybe that is what's meant to happen in the first place. We shouldn't let our fear control our lives.
So true.
But it's just a short hiatus is all. Or, couples therapy? Look, I'm really not the best person to ask about relationships. So grain of salt and all that.
She trails off, having said her piece, and leaves nothing but the smell of coffee and Earl Grey between us. There is a calm despite the nature of what has just been discussed. To say that her words make me start to think is an understatement. To say that I'm not considering her advice is a lie. And to say that this might just be the calm before the storm is a possibility. Others have had shorter marriages, yes, but plenty have celebrated long and happy ones as well. My own parents celebrated their choral anniversary before they passed away. What the fuck is a choral anniversary? But 7 years? 7 years isn't a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. It isn't a whole lot of time to see what and where a relationship can bring us. And at the same time, 7 years... Well, it hasn't been entirely made up of unhappy years, has it? It won't last forever. It's not supposed to anyway. I just dread the thought that it might last for a very long time. I dread the thought that these small spats, these little disagreements, will turn into an all-out resentment. The idea that we will grow to hate each other with every fiber of our being scares me. I can't even pinpoint the exact moment when our blissful union turns sour. We can get through this, right? I know that I still do love him, and I feel that there is still a part of him that loves me in return. Man, I should have been more mean to him. We just need to get our heads together and talk it out. Surely he will see some sense. There's a cough before Marianne clears her throat. I must have been quiet for so long, and I move to apologize when she stands up. We both end up on our feet, unsure on how to proceed. Some sort of odd, awkward shuffle occurs as we decide whether to sit back down or not.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
I'll try to stay and chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies.
Her accent. It's cute. It's really cute.
Busy, busy, busy.
I think Marianne's my favorite. I'm a little biased.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you. You need to say hello to the Lees, at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
We'll see. So, if I can be excused?
Certainly. You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive, because, believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
Ooh, Okay, let's see. What? Nothing happened? Okay. Hannah and Marianne were seen discussing the mansion's finishing touches before the housewarming party. On a whim, Hannah asked for Marianne's opinion about a certain couple having marital problems. It leaves the former with something to think about, after the latter excused herself from attending the party. She looks so pretty here. The scene outside the parlor is a great organized mess. Aside from our own household help, we hired the service of the temp agency, which provides staff for a right enterprise in the hospitality sector. Even our very skilled staff cannot undertake a party of this size on their own. Waiters, busboys, hostesses, and their staff captains move about in droves, carrying crockery and serverware good for several dozen people and then some. Chefs and bartenders tail after Johannes, looking like scared little children as he escorts them through the kitchen and into the wine cellar. To peruse the stocks, to select what can be served at the party and what can be used for cooking.
Schnell! We have a lot to do, and I believe we did not hire snails. Snails are for the dishes.
A string quartet readies up to play for the evening, tuning their instruments as they fill the air with idle chatter. Floor decor where thousands fill vases, wreaths, and baskets, while petals are scattered along the driveway up front. An ice sculpture of a reindeer is brought in carefully by a pair. Looks good. I'm hungry. It is followed by a simple cake, just a 5-tier white chiffon one with white chocolate mousse, fresh berries, and a light dusting of edible gold leaf. This is simple. But despite the fact that I told Marianne how I will tend to all of this, I found myself unable to focus or care for any of it. I still have our discussion running in my mind, and looking at all this, I only see Luke everywhere. These are all the grand things that Luke wanted to have for the party. I had wanted a small, elegant, and simple gathering, with only a select few invited, namely the people who I would actually trust to enter my home. I did not want any bloody politicians or paparazzi in here, no matter how used I am to catering them.
At least be here for your party. Damn it, Luke.
Oh my god. This just proves Luke got. The entire thing screamed Luke right. And I can't help but add another question to my growing list of queries. When did I lose myself? It's always about him nowadays, isn't it? What about Hannah Wright? What about Hannah Evans? I used to be my own woman, who made her own name, her own career, and her own decisions. Sure, I was already the social butterfly that I still am today, but it wasn't all empty, shallow gossip, and sitting pretty. I was also lauded for my knowledge and talent. Finance manager wasn't just handed to me just because my father owned the company. I had insisted that I start at the bottom so I could work my way to the top and prove myself. And I did. I worked numbers, managed budgets, money, and accounts, analyzing the competition and market trends. There was the calculation of financial risk, cost reduction opportunities, auditor liaisons, and public relations, supervision of staff, and, while I generally had a huge slew of responsibilities, admittedly I was already quite the attention seeker even back then, having dedicated most of my youth craving for my parents' approval. Failing that, I turned to others, looked for praise from anyone who would give it, however fleeting it all was. And Luke, oh Luke, the way he looked at me, the way he watched me and took a genuine interest. He had me disgustingly obsessed since day one, hasn't he? He saw me for me, Hannah Evans, with both my faults and my achievements. The man didn't treat me like some damsel in distress or some prize to be won. I remember the nights, before we were married, where we talked about everything and anything. From big things like business, society, and philosophy, to little things such as what we had for breakfast or whether we like cats or dogs more. We both prefer dogs. Nowadays, I'm just Luke Wright's wife. It's mostly my fault, isn't it? No, Hannah. They told me that husbands preferred wives who are docile and subordinate. Oh my god, and that's why Luke likes it when you aren't that. Oh my god, Luke was a winner before. I don't know, man. I'm sure he must have said some sus things before. A woman who will always be there for him, yet would never outshine him in all aspects except beauty. A wife needs to be at home and attend to his needs, to have children and to take care of them in his absence. They said I have no business working anymore after I was married. I can blame society, but I listened. Before I can fall further into this introspective pit of self-loathing, someone calls for my attention.
The guests have arrived, madam.
Luke is into being arm candy. The first time we saw these characters, I genuinely thought Luke was the arm candy.
And Luke?
running a bit late, I'm afraid.
Or is he dead?
Late for his own party. That man, I swear. He's probably looking to make a dramatic entrance, knowing him. Open the doors then.
I mean,
I'm Tari.
I'm so hungry. I'm craving sweet potato chips right now. I'm gonna save again because I'm afraid. Cars line up the driveway, peppering the front of the mansion with vehicles of every kind. Grand tours, supercars, and even the odd high-end muscle car or two. Convertibles, grand saloons, and other luxury cars can be seen, being parked by valets. A handful of cabs drive off, possibly for those who thought it's too troublesome to bring their own cars. There are at least 2 different media bands as well. They're all here for what may be considered the biggest event of the year for Luxborn. So far. Who knows what we'll plan for the winter holidays.
Welcome, welcome everyone. Please, make yourselves at home.
Some of the guests idle, enjoying the warm, if not strange, sunshine we are experiencing, before gloomy skies inevitably return. They greet acquaintances and friends with warm smiles, others less so. From where I stand, I can see the hierarchy of power, the ties that bind these individuals here, whether through convenience or necessity. However, there are also few who are not here to further cement their current place in high society. Such as that... What is he doing here? Such as that young man with his oriental air. What the hell does that mean, Hannah? Ignorant of the looks he receives from women and men alike.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Man from the They all have smartphones, so it can't be super way back when. Why are they talking like this? Hannah, why are you talking like this? Or that rose-haired woman talking on her phone while she looks unsure why she is here exactly.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
I see Zachary, the photographer, as well. He talks to a few of the other media crew with an air of familiarity.
I was just here a few days ago, yeah. And the inside is huge, but the staff are pretty helpful if you get lost.
And then there are people like the chief inspector. Oh, wait. Okay, I can understand why Ash and Zach are here. Because Ash is a detective, right? People who I can never be too sure about. People who stand on the border between being suspicious and being trustworthy.
Thank you for the invite, Anna. Husband still missing, I see.
What?
I should be
Don't
saying
talk to
the
me.
same of your darling Rochelle Lee.
Ooh. I think Ash is one because Isabella was talking about how Ash had like a detective brain and notices things like that. He thought he was just edgy. I mean, that too.
The doctors again.
She told me she'll just be in the gardens. Bet she's lying and that she's somewhere around mingling, gossiping with the other ladies.
Okay, and...
No offense, but that seems to be all you ladies do at these parties.
What? Men... Can't say that. Motherfuckers like Officer Lee will just see women talking to each other and just assume they're gossiping.
And aren't you gossiping right now?
Yes, Hannah, let's fucking go. I'll forgive what you said about Ash for a second. I'll forgive that.
Yes, well, what about Luke?
Oh, changing the subject, I see. Changing the subject, I see.
Should we file a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
Has it been 24 hours?
He's around.
Or is he? Are you sure he isn't dead?
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing. Don't tell me, let me guess. He's finally drunken himself to death and not wanting a scandal, you've hidden his body.
What if you find his body in the cellar?
I was wanting to give this housewarming gift to him personally, too. It's a plate that holds a wine glass so he can stop killing himself with liquid lunches. Looks like it's too late for that.
That's kind of dark. Dude, you're a policeman joking about someone's death? Kind of dark. I don't
Nothing
know, man.
like that. Besides, this is a hardly polite conversation.
Exactly.
Oh, relax. I'm just trying to be cheeky to lighten the mood. It's not like I want Luke dead.
You say with a smile. But also, I want Luke dead. But you don't get to say that.
The man doesn't serve dodgy plonk like the others when I visit, and he pays his respects well enough. I could use a glass of wine or 3, actually. Rochelle's been in a horrid mood. Threw her stilettos at me the other day and almost took an eye out.
You probably deserved it.
Not sure if this is how it usually goes, but I blame the pregnancy.
No. No.
I wouldn't know, would I?
Still no plans for a baby?
Oh.
I guess that's for the best. If it's this bad now, I can't even imagine how bad it'll be when that little baby bump becomes huge.
This man is insufferable. I'm a perish. Have I mentioned how I don't trust him no matter how hard I tried to do so? At least he brought a gift, I suppose.
Why don't you just go inside and have some wine, Lee?
Think I will, thanks.
Greetings such as these carry on as the guests continue to trickle in. Whether we have short conversations or merely shake hands and nod heads, I make sure to attend and welcome each of them. As the first hour passes by, the rest of the stragglers and I adjourn to the ballroom. Any latecomers will have the attention of the porter instead. I have other duties to attend to now. Hosting parties is always the same old song and dance, no matter how big or small it is. You make sure your guests are well fed, have good company, and have them generally enjoy themselves. So when my opening remarks are done, when the band has started to play and the guests have started eating, I find myself wandering around aimlessly unless I am pulled aside. For a while I stay with a small group and entertain them before excusing myself. And when they're not anymore watching me, I end up watching them. When they don't listen, I do. A local banker is having trouble with his daughter. He wishes to marry her off, but she wants nothing more but to make music. One of our hotel managers worries about the stolen belongings of one of his patrons, a failing in security which should be brought up to higher authority soon. Our mayor, well, his cat died. Then there's that rose-haired woman once again. It is hard not to notice her with the distinctive locks. She also lacks the grace that other ladies have, though that does not make her any less beautiful. Her stance and the air she exudes, instead, are strong, and they make her stand out despite her casual attire. Many men have already given her their attention, though each invitation to dance has been turned down. I approach, intrigued, although it is no great mystery what occupies her own attention, with the glances she keeps sending towards the boy with the oriental hair. Bro, what? Why do you keep saying this, Hannah? Yeah, where is Isabella, though? Is she okay? She remains unaware, though, even as I stand beside her, pretending that I am there for a drink.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenue, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
Oh my god. The boy comes over, but I do nothing to speak any softer. He merely passes by, and it's a wonder he doesn't hear what I say.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time.
What is going on right now?
I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend then? Because that would explain those rejections.
What is going on? Oh, I'm gonna save because every time there's this type of scene now, I feel like something's gonna pop up. In all my life, I've never seen a face grow red so fast. The shade of her hair did not help as well. This is really awkward. This is the most pink I've seen a person, really.
Oh, what? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Yeah. Because she's only got eyes for Isabella, I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna make it happen. Honestly, I know they're both kind of annoying, but I feel like they'd be good together. Isabella and Becca.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed.
True.
Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact.
Oh, okay.
Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
It's more the latter, currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property. I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
What? I waver as I feel the burning of someone's stares. It is chilling, and though I'm used to enduring the gaze of others, this one makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Oh my lord. See, if she wasn't bleeding, if she just opened her eyes a normal amount, she wouldn't look so bad. Like, the monster fuckers would probably have a field day with her. My attention is pulled from the girl and I see a woman staring. Dark-haired and dirty, she looks more like a beggar than a guest, and I have half the mind to call the security at her when her mouth breaks out into a grin. Oh yeah, isn't it like 9 o'clock for you? All I hear is her laughing, taunting. Her stares make my blood run cold. She looks at me like I'm nothing but a pig to slaughter for her amusement. It makes my hand shake and I nearly drop my drink. But then, in a blink, she's gone and the buzz of the party returns.
I'll keep that in mind, but... Are you alright?
No.
Yes, sorry. I just thought I saw something strange. It must be the trick of the light. Anyway, on a right, as you must already know.
Rebecca Gales.
Gales.
The name is familiar, like a fond memory. Reunion? I recall a kind lady, a private tutor who treated me like her own daughter when I was young. She'd even bring me food when there was no need to do so. Usually stovies, which I honestly hadn't been too keen about, though I ate them nonetheless because she brought them for me. Aw.
Oh, the professor! And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now. And Mom says hi, by the way.
That's cute.
But yeah, that's me. Little Becky. We met once before.
Yes, oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses!
I like that each character, they all have like different names
when we met,
and stuff
you
based
were
on...
having boy troubles with this lad called something with
Oh
an
my
A.
god. Oh my god.
What was it again? Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
The more I list off names, the more red and the more quiet Becky gets. She starts to look a bit miserable as her body language shows discomfort and stiffness. Perhaps I've triggered a horrid childhood memory. Surely it hadn't been me when she visited with her mother. I don't quite remember all of it.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy!
Oh no.
Same one.
Oh no.
Oh goodness me, after all these years!
Aww.
I can see why though. He's quite dashing.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone within earshot, you know? Keep it down.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
Don't worry, Becca. We can fix this.
This is a
She said it's a tad bit sad and I
Miss
forgot to...
Wright.
I feel like, okay, when I play visual novel games by myself, I just click. I read it, I click.
Please, Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales.
Oh.
And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best.
Okay, that's not what that means.
If you love them, you have to fight for it, right?
That you're still talking about the same thing. What?
You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own.
What is happening right now?
Like everything,
it feels like
you have
they're
to work at it.
They're having two different conversations at once.
But what do I know?
There's a grimace, although she starts to relax around my presence. How long has it been since we met as children? Certainly a long time. She was tiny back then, if I recall correctly.
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about. But have you told him how you feel? And it's been what? 20 years?
17, actually.
Oh my god.
But no, not yet. He can be a bit dense. I was hoping that maybe he'd notice on his own and...
What? You literally said about how you have to take things into your own hands, and now you're like, maybe he'll notice on his own. Back up, please.
Well, that won't do. What if you two become husband and wife? He's not to be dense when he's sworn himself to another person. Why, you might just as well consider leaving before the day's even begun.
If that happens, I'll have to give him a good ear bashing, won't I? Whoever anyone ends up with, it's not going to be a perfect relationship anyway. There's going to be things you'll love and things you'll hate about the other person. We're just humans. It's funny. Here I am, trying to give you advice when you did the very same thing back then. I remember you giving me a makeover when we were still kids. And you were the first I told anyone about my... crush.
I do remember now that she mentions it. Did I give her the yellow summer dress or the pink blouse and petticoat? She must have kept some of what I said in mind. It feels ridiculous remembering all of that years later, talking about boys and how they go crazy for pretty girls as if it's some gospel every woman should adhere to. It was so easy to say such things then, with me not knowing any better. But looking at her now, she must have kept some of what I said in mind. Perhaps I did say something good at that time, enough for her to take it to heart. But all of that didn't matter in the moment as I mull over what she said in my head. What Becky told me is very different from what Marianne told me. There is no time to ponder over that, however, as a hush descends upon the once lively crowd. The music of strings and chatter slows to a grinding halt as the door from the foyer opens. Last of the latecomers should have arrived moments ago, and anyone else to sleep would simply be too embarrassed to show their face. So this can only be one person, or rather, one man. There's only one man who's audacious enough to arrive at his own party so late.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party.
Drinking.
I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
Unlike I, who was raised in the spotlight and simply grew used to its presence, he sought it out every chance he could, even when there was no spotlight that shone. And I'll never put it against him when he smiles like that. He did so quite brilliantly, under the scrutiny when he channels his showmanship. You can tell by the way people's eyes light up as he speaks, how they listen, enraptured, even if all he's doing is a simple greeting. A little wave of his hands here, a little smile there, and a bit of swagger. I always tell him that if he is not to be a businessman, he'll do well as an entertainer. I love this side of him, especially when he looks at me, and he beckons me over to humbly share his place. Humbly? I don't think there's anything humble about Luke. Not a single second is wasted as I excuse myself from Becky's side and I make my way to Luke's.
Welcome one and all to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are all ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen.
Oh, okay,
if
have
you would
a good
excuse
night.
my presumptuousness.
Bye.
So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
There's a round of applause, cheers, and even some hoots. Guests approach us left and right to shake Luke's hand and greet him personally, praises on their lips. It is because of this that I do not see her. Oh, I'm saving again. I do not see her until she is dangerously close, with fury in her eyes and she's already spitting venom. Oh. What? What is happening? Johannes restrains her, restrains her, taking care not to unnecessarily harm the pregnant one. But that does little to deter her rage, and the man has no choice but to let her go, lest an unborn child is hurt. Although it might be too late for that, as I see an empty glass of wine in her hand. How much has she imbibed it? She's drinking while pregnant?
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle?
Rochelle?
Perhaps you need to sit down and...
No! Shut it, you munter! I ain't talking to you! I'm talking to this scumbag over here! You bloody bastard, standing there with your smarmy smile!
She interrupts me, jabbing her smile in my direction before she rounds on Luke. Even as whispers and murmurs break out among the guests, all I can focus on is the heat of the moment. What? I thought they were besties. Obviously intoxicated, judging by the smell of alcohol in her breath. I'm not ticked off about this display of hers. At least not yet. But I'm absolutely pissed by the fact that she'd endanger her own baby by drinking. There's a considerable amount of restraint and grace that I must exercise while I wait for a tantrum to subside. I keep a patient, if tight, smile on my face. Luke's expression, on the other hand, is undecipherable.
Watch your tongue! You're on thin ice, Rochelle.
What?
Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
I did.
Oh.
And I told you with great emphasis not to. Now we have a drunk, hormonal, pregnant woman causing a stir. What is even going on?
I'm just about to ask the exact same thing.
I don't know. But Rochelle, do calm down before you hurt yourself. I can't understand a word you're saying.
Where is that husband of yours? Lee! Collect your wife right now!
What the fuck?
Don't you fucking talk like I'm not here and you're not responsible, you ass! You told me that I should wait for you in the gardens.
Excuse me. What is this nonsense you're going on about?
Crazy talk. That's all it is. Just completely and utterly mad.
What the fuck?
Has anyone seen the chief inspector?
Oh my god, what's going on right now?
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility.
Oh my. Luke is actually trash. Luke is trash. I thought Hannah and Rochelle were great. Like, I thought they were besties.
God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
Oh my god. What? What?
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman! Security! Johans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No.
No,
Hannah,
you do not do this to me!
Hannah, I think you should listen to her.
I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours.
What?
Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby? Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
What? What is going on? What? It is now that Johans returns with security, along with a concerned-looking Officer Lee. Wait, I'm so confused. So, did Luke does want a baby? I'm so what the fuck is going on? They surround her and move to escort the hysterical woman. Judging by his pale face, he has heard the whole thing, and I feel nothing but pity for the man. I mean, he's still trash, though.
I'm so sorry for her behavior. She's been under a lot of stress. And the alcohol. Talking nonsense, that's all it is. You're not allowed to drink because of the baby, Shelley. What are you thinking?
Nothing to see here, people. Move along.
Is there really nothing here but the ramblings of a drunk? Yes, that's right. There's no way that what Rochelle says is the truth. What she says doesn't match up. I know Luke. If such a scandalous meeting are to be arranged, he won't do in such an exposed place, especially not near his precious flowers. And he definitely won't promise responsibility over a child unless it can be helped. Besides, Luke will never go so far as to sleep with another woman, right? I don't know. I don't trust Luke. Okay, fine. Who am I kidding? If I'm to be completely honest with myself, he might cheat. With a bit of temptation and a bit of alcohol, he just might. And doesn't that just make my blood boil to even think of the slightest possibility of infidelity? Lee isn't too far off when he told me how Luke still acted like some young hotshot bachelor. It starts to make me think. Let's see. Ooh. A break is needed. I trust Marianne's opinion. Maybe Marianne had a point. Ooh. You know, it's honestly, because they've had their chance. They've had their chance to try and make it work. So I think it's just time. It's just time. Maybe Marianne had a point. If I'm frustrated, if I'm unhappy, maybe a break is needed. Some time apart might just be what the doctor ordered. Time apart to clear our heads and to think for ourselves. Or for myself, to be exact. Because looking at this mess before me just brings me nothing but distress. I feel a bit nauseous, actually, now that I think about it. Luke's too busy making a scene to notice, and a concerned Becky pulls me to the side. She looks as disturbed as I am by the sudden turn of events. Probably not a big fan of drama. Definitely not used to it at any rate. Not surprising, as her parents were lovely yet simple people.
Hey, I figured you could use the save. You looked like you weren't doing too hot back there. Do we need to call a doctor or something?
Oh no, I'll just be needing some fresh air, that's all. Some help getting out of here would be much appreciated.
Sure, that won't be a problem. I wanted to get away from this drama too anyway. Just... Hey, Zachary! Hey, Zach!
At the mention of his name, I can't help but seek him out in the crowd as he makes his way over. They know each other?
Becca! This is a real oh, hey, Miss Wright.
If I'm to assign a random number to dictate the odds of having two of my acquaintances know each other, I'll say the odds are 1 out of 1,000. And if this is any other situation, I would have been suspicious. It isn't completely impossible to have two random strangers who I've met on separate occasions to know each other in what will be a complete random happenstance. It's just that it's been faked before to try and dupe me because of who I am and who I am married to. But right now, coincidence or not, I'm just grateful for the help. As long as this doesn't turn out to be a kidnapping anyway.
Hello, Zachary. I told you to call me Hana. Did I not?
Yeah, you did. So this is what you called me for. We gonna get Hana out of here?
I can see that they're friends. Not terribly close ones, but friends nonetheless.
That'd be great.
They make quick work of getting us through the crowd. The people part because of Zachary's broad build, even if they want to approach me. If that isn't enough, Becky's pointed glare keeps them at bay. Let's go, Becky. We even make it out of the ballroom without any untoward incident. Though judging by the commotion in the other room, the same cannot be said about the unexpected eviction. I really do need the fresh air. I need to be away from those nosy Parkers. I need to be away from Luke. This is a good start as any.
Hey, I gotta go back in there. Completely forgot my bag like an airhead, and I'll see if I can tag Ash on the way out.
Where is Isabella? I'm concerned.
You'll be fine here, right, Hannah?
Not to worry, dearie. I'll just be right here.
Zach will be with you if you need anything.
Becky balks at the idea of going back into the ballroom. Anyone who hasn't yet would have realized I'm gone by now. And those busybodies will be gossiping about how I left the building with two unknowns. Along with what just transpired, stories both inaccurate and made up will spread by the night's end. It all matters very little in the grand scheme of things, of course. I won't even bother to try and quell them by returning to the fray. That leaves me with...
Zachary?
Yeah, you need something?
I was only going to say how nice it is to see you again.
Oh, okay.
I can see the tension in the line of his shoulders. Odd how awkward he is when this isn't our first meeting. We had met on professional terms, certainly, but I like to think I was friendly. Nonetheless, I do not push the issue about the apparent discomfort when we are left alone. Not right away, at any rate. I know my curiosity will get the better of me soon. Before I can say anything, however, he speaks up.
You okay there, Hana? I mean, of course you're not okay after what happened in there. I mean, that was terrible. But you're not gonna just fall down and faint or anything, right?
What?
I'm fine. Thank you for your concern.
A beat.
I should be asking you the same thing. I remember you being a lot more eloquent.
Oh yeah, I'm just not too good with staying too long in a crowded room. Or handling intense drama, you know? Sorry about my clothes. Didn't think there'd be a dress code. Not that I have anything that nice to wear to a shindig like this. I dig nice, small, simple parties, so this is a real doozy for me.
And do you host your own nice, small, and simple parties often?
Only when there's occasion, birthdays, and stuff. Those are a lot more fun for me, and I can be a lot more selective about letting only the people I'm cool with attend, right? I get to pick the food, too. Of course, I make most of them myself.
Oh, I'm hungry.
There's usually a dozen people or less, and all we really do is just hang out. Maybe do some grilling, karaoke, dancing, you know, the usual.
That sounds nice.
I agree. I like small gatherings more.
Yeah. You sure you're alright? You aren't exactly being eloquent yourself, as you put
to be
it.
in a big gathering, but...
You must have something you want to get off your chest.
I don't know, Zachary. What am I supposed to say?
You can scream married if you want. I won't snitch.
You want to know what I think? How I feel? I think my friend may have slept with my husband. At least, I'm pretty sure she isn't pregnant with his baby, which isn't much now, is it? My husband is a selfish, pretentious, bloody sack of shite, and
oh,
you know what? I don't give a flying fuck anymore! My god!
Oh.
Well, that ain't good. Not giving a crap won't make the problem go away.
I'm going to ask him for a break, Zachary. I'm not going to pretend that there isn't a problem, but I just need to step back.
Fair enough. As long as you don't just up and disappear on him, I suppose.
Yes. Now can we please stop talking about him?
Good for you. Good for
Tell
you,
me
Hannah.
more about your small, simple parties, karaoke and dancing. How does that even go together?
What?
Simple, really. We hope Ash doesn't take the mic, put on a bit of fun music, and just dance. Not that I can. But there ain't nothing complex about it.
You can't be that bad.
I'm pretty good with the twist. Or that's what they tell me, at least. I think they're just being nice. I'm sure it just looks awkward.
How? Oh. Oh, let's... prove it. Prove
I've
it.
learned that men tend to exaggerate. You can't honestly be that bad, can you?
Zach is the best character.
What? Do you need a demonstration?
That would be preferable, yes.
It's not like there's music here, Hannah. Come on. I could barely dance with music, and I don't want to be dancing alone. I'll just look silly.
Imagine, mon ami. You are an artiste, are you not? With your photos and films and your guitar. You must know notes to play an instrument. Find a melody and a beat. Would it be such a stretch of the imagination? And don't fret, I will gladly be your partner.
Okay. I can tell by his expression that he's flushed and embarrassed, but no more protests escape him as he focuses with a slight tilt of his head. Then he starts to hum a little tune. I drag him into the gardens while we go through the motions, and he gains courage the farther we are from other people. And we just dance. Though he stumbles at first, unsure and bashful.
Where did you even learn to dance, Zach?
Oh, this is cute.
The 60s want their moves back, honestly.
The college of two left feet, obviously. And I'll have you know the twist is still an awesome dance.
Oh. Okay, I think it is time for me to stop. I'm getting kind of hungry. Spooky, scary. Okay.